President Mr. Nishii.
I am here.
Vice President Noyola.
Present.
Clerk Mrs. Yokoyama Bui.
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Mendoza.
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios. Board Member Mrs. Say. Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Here.
This evening we'll be discussing the following items in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSD, Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation, the board will be going to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss one matter, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude the existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. It's pursuant to Superior Court of California, County of LA, case number 24 NWCV 01160. Special Education Settlement Agreement, student ID number 468016, Government Code Section 54956.9 is what gives us authorization to do it this way. Another Special Education Settlement Agreement, student number ID 462474, which is pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. Are there any public comments on closed section items?
I see none.
Great. Can I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
This motion passes 5-0.
Oh.
Okay, go. Are you able to hear me? How come we cannot hear Nishi? Are you able to hear me? Okay, loud? Okay. All right.
Okay, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, mic number 5, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Testing, testing,
1, 2.
testing.
So it's fine? Okay, let me.
second open session. Can I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Please silence your cell phones. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline dismissal, release evaluation, one matter, Government Code Section 54957. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA, Government Code Section 54957.6. Existing litigation. The board discussed in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, one matter, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize the ability to conclude the existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, case number 24-NWC-V01160. In closed session, the board also discussed and approved a special settlement education agreement in the amount of $25,000, attorney's fees of $5,000, and compensatory education reimbursement for 200 hours of reading intervention for student ID number 468016 by vote of 7-0. Also in closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $5,965 for reimbursement to a parent for vision therapy services, no attorney's fees, and no due process filing for student ID 462474 by vote of 7-0. Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the students from Bragg Elementary School, who are accompanied by their principal, Dr. Hilda Flores, and their teachers, Ms. Jane Griffin, third grade teacher, and Ms. Julie Lawrence, fourth and fifth grade teacher. We are at your command.
Good evening, ABC Unified Board members and ABC community members. My name is James Tucker, and I'm Mayor Bragg Elementary Student Leadership Treasurer. I will be leading the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
My name is Nilafun Oka, and I'm a 6th grade student body president. My peers and I are excited to tell you about the great things happening at our school. This year has brought many changes to Bragg. We welcome our amazing new principal, Dr. Hilda Flores. And our school is the first elementary school in the district to be modernized as part of Measure BB. We're really excited that the construction work will be done in the next week or so. Bragg is a lively community where everyone fits in. Our teachers are enthusiastic and committed, always doing more than expected to help us learn. At Bragg, we focus on being kind, showing respect, and working together, which helps students do well in both their studies and friendships.
My name is Chase Sanders, and I'm a student body vice president. Student leadership includes 4th and 6th grade class representatives who meet once a week to share our concerns. We work with teachers and staff to plan events like our yearly Bragg Golf Talent Show and our board game tournament. Every day we help our campus by raising and lowering the flag. And we help produce class interactions by moving items from the afternoon recess. Each month we go to the kindergartens to help kindergartens by delivering items in the office. Thanks to Dr. Flores, we are now kindergarten for the galaxy. Each morning we go to the kindergarten program to help students start their day off great. Being leaders means we need to communicate well and work as a team. Through leadership, we're learning these important skills while making our school a better place.
My name is Sophia Brent, and I am a 6th grade student representative. Our Kindness Club is another way Bragg creates a positive learning environment. The club meets every Monday to spread kindness and make sure everyone feels welcome no matter what grade they're in. We plan activities and events to encourage students to be positive both in and outside of school. Last month, Miss Christina, our mental health professional, and the Kindness Club hosted our first Scholar Social of the year. It was a great event where our Bobcats and their families spent time together, had lunch picnic style, enjoyed music, and played fun games with friends.
My name is Joseph Booker, and I'm our student body chairperson. We have scholar assemblies 5 times a year. At these events, teachers choose 6 students who show respect, responsibility, kindness, and good participation. Our teachers always say it's hard to pick just one student for each award because so many deserve it. Students learn about school news through our BBTV program. Twice a week, the 6th grade BBTV team creates shows that include the Pledge of Allegiance, our PBIS pledge, and upcoming events. Students also enjoy learning about the weather, hearing an interesting fact, laughing at a joke, and answering the question of the day.
My name is Ashley Zamora, and I'm a 6th grade student representative and a member of both our Green Team and Sister School program. We'd also like to tell you about our world-famous Mary Brad Green Team. Brad Green Team works to help the environment through beach cleanups, tree plantings, and other activities. Earlier this school year, we held an environmental summit. We're featured on CNN for our trash-free lunch system and are currently working on projects like the Gallon Challenge to raise awareness about water scarcity. Our outreach isn't just our school or community either. We are global. We collaborate with students from other countries through the Sister School program, where we team up with a school in Abuja, Nigeria, through Zoom once a month to work on projects like a Sister School cookbook to help raise funds for things like shoes and desks for those in need.
My name is Janice Lee, and I'm also a 6th grade student representative. I'd like to introduce the rest of the 6th grade reps here with us this evening, Michaela Mercado and Nathan Tesoro. Finally, let me introduce our principal, Dr. Hilda Flores, and our student leadership teachers, Mrs. Griffin and Miss Lawrence. Thank you very much for allowing us to come lead the pledge and share all the good things that are happening at Bragg Elementary.
Thank you. Do we have any board comments? Anybody?
Hold on.
Vice President Francisco Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Bragg student reps, for coming here and doing the Pledge of Allegiance and telling us about your amazing school. I'm just hoping if you guys are available soon to give me a tour of your new Measure BB facilities. Are you guys okay with that? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Vice President. Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Great job, guys. I really loved your presentation. I feel like I know some of your school because I follow you on Instagram. And so I find out about all the cool things you're doing. I think you have a tree planting on Saturday, right? That's exciting. And I also heard you guys were on the TV recently, right? Super cool. And I was super honored to be a part of your environmental summit, and I attended, and I feel like based on what I'm hearing, you guys are so busy, not only with school, but so many other fun activities. So thank you so much for visiting us and sharing all the exciting things that's going on there. Thank you. And thank you for your awesome principal, who I've also had the pleasure to meet, as well as your administrative and staff, and the parents who are here to support your children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Brett, for coming out. I actually have some stickers for you. These are one-of-a-kind stickers. You can't get them anywhere. They were designed here, and they say ABC School District Student Leaders, and I think you guys are all student leaders. I think you guys, I was writing down everything that you were talking about, and as a kinder teacher, the one that you said, was it the Kinder Galaxy? Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Do the kindergartners, are they so excited when you guys come over? Yes, they are. Now, I think it's Bragg. Is your school the one that the kindergartners drew the pictures, the monsters, and then Gar actually made them come to life? Oh my God, that is so cute. This past Friday, it was Gar's Art
Thursday, Friday, yeah.
Expo, and so they were showing off these cute little monsters that the kindergartners drew on a piece of paper, and then the art students at GAR, they made them into ceramic. They were so amazing. I'm jealous. Now I want to find a high school to do my kids. So can one of you come up and get your stickers, or one of a kind only? Thank you again for coming to share with us. It was amazing.
We have another comment. It looks like we all want to be part of this, so Board Member Sophia Tse.
I was just wondering, where's my stickers? Well, I want to thank you so much, the principal, you're leading the student here tonight, and I want to thank you, all the principal here too. During this, I believe it was a couple months ago, you took us show around the Measure BB. I really appreciate the hard work you had done, and the outcome really, the benefit served to our children. I want to thank you again. And the student too, you did wonderful speaking, and from the public, it wasn't nervous at all. You did a great job, you folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. So I get to say something. So I love the principle that whatever age you're at, you can make a difference. A green team, it's not, oh, I'm just an elementary school student. No, you're going to make a difference in our whole community by doing your green activities, by being conscious about throwing out trash, and being conscious about just comfort and helping people in other countries. You guys are powerful. And the other part of it is kindness. My grandfather talked about kindness. You know, he wrote in his diary about hate will destroy. Hate will destroy. And kindness can bring back even the worst situation. And I know that kindness comes from lots of different places, but it also comes from the administration that makes sure that it's supported, the teachers that enable it, but it also comes from the parents. So in honor of these kids, are there any parents, or did these kids drive themselves here? Could the parents rise? Because I'd like to recognize you. Thank you for teaching kind kids. We really need that in our world. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your Pledge of Allegiance, and you may depart. Study hard. Study hard. Don't forget to have your parents vote as well. All right. Recognitions. We'll have recognition of our Citizens Oversight Committee outgoing members. Mr. Nguyen. Oh, did we miss something? No. Wait. Yep, you're on.
Thank you, President Nishii. We have tonight, as part of Measure BB and Proposition 39, the district was required to form a Citizen Oversight Committee. And their role is to ensure that the district spend every dollar under the Measure BB properly, and that there's no misuse of public funds. They served a 2-year term under the law for a maximum of 3 years, which is a total of 6 years. And it has been 6 years. I look back at the March 5th, 2019 board meeting when the board appointed them to this committee. So tonight we have 5 members that are here that have been serving for the last 6 years straight on this committee to ensure that the districts properly spent Measure BB dollars on behalf of the taxpayers. So with that, I will turn it over to you to recognize the committee members.
Okay.
Our recognition this evening is from both the district as well as the California State Assembly. Assembly member Sharon Quirk Silva has sent a recognition as well for their service. And so, Mr. Mark Bowman. Next, we have Joe Joy Cabrera Sanmeño. Next, Hannah Chen Colon. Next, we have Shin Yu. And then we have Mr. William Zilstra.
Mr. Nguyen, you should be up here. Okay. You should be up there.
That's right. How come, let's just go back to the. All right. Okay, right here, smile, please. Thank you. So I just want to thank the committee for their tireless work over 6 years, looking over $265 million, or somewhere around, you probably know the exact number. You know, it's not an easy thing, and to go over these numbers and things, but it is really important to have the community be part of this, to look at where our dollars are spent, to make sure that it's spent appropriately the way the voters wanted it to be voted for. And because of your efforts, you know, hopefully we've earned the trust of the community, and we get the maximum amount of value for the improvements that we're paying for. So I truly do thank you for going through the tedious and regular meetings and having discussions. And I know it's not easy, and it's not in front of the cameras, but it is definitely something that is needed. So I, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service. Thank you. Spotlight on teaching. Actually, also, for anybody else that would need some translation, I don't know if somebody can translate that for me.
Si alguien de la audiencia necesita traducción, pueden hablar con nuestro director en la parte de atrás del cuarto. Gracias.
I should have probably started with that. But Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. We'll now have a presentation for Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. Take it away.
Thank you, President Ishii. I am calling up our equity officer, Mr. Blaine Watson, along with our student representatives from various school sites to talk to you about Women's History Month and the importance of leadership at our school sites by our wonderful students. Mr. Watson?
All right. Good evening. Good evening, President Nishii, Board President, Vice President Noyola, Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui, Board Member Rios, Mendoza, Say, and you. Good evening, Dr. Zietlow, and members of the community. My name is Blaine Watson, Equity Officer, and I am really excited tonight to be able to present on Women's History Month and also spotlight our wonderful student leaders across several of our schools in ABC Unified School District. So wait for the screen to come down. Okay. So founded in 1978, the National Women's History Alliance is a leader in promoting women's history and is committed to the goals of education, empowerment, equality, and also inclusion. The theme for this year nationally is Moving Forward Together, Women Educating and Inspiring Generations. This theme celebrates the collective strength and influence of women that women have on our communities and the dedication to education, to mentorship, and also to leadership. Through their efforts, women have served as an inspiration for all generations, past, present, and future. And tonight, we have the honor of talking to and hearing from several of our student leaders. There are some other goals that are highlighted with this theme this year I want to highlight really quickly. The first sub-theme or goal and this theme is the idea of honor, recognizing women, educators, mentors, and also leaders. Inspiring, which means in this case to motivate all generations to pursue education and leadership roles. Also, education, raising awareness about the legacies of women from every walk of life, highlighting their unique contributions and diverse backgrounds, religious beliefs, abilities, and personal experiences. Unity, the idea of bringing together communities to explore, share, and celebrate women's history and achievements. And lastly, envisioning, creating a blueprint for the future that honors our foremothers and builds bridges for the next generation of women. So women's history isn't just about what happened in the past, right? It's about empowering future generations to understand their worth and their place in shaping the world. That being said, we have 5 young, wonderful, and powerful student leaders from across ABCUSD who are here to speak to you about Women's History Month and what leadership means to them. And I will allow them to present now.
Good evening, ABC Board, distinguished members, staff, and community. My name is Ariana Ochoa. I am a senior at Artesia High School, and during my time at Artesia, I have been a member of ASB, Class of 2025 Club, Spirit and Rally Committee, and our AVID organization. I am extremely honored to be here speaking in front of you all, sharing the importance of women educating and inspiring future generations. Throughout my whole life, I have been surrounded and inspired by many women. My first inspiration came from my mother, who showed me what it means to be strong, kind, and determined. She made the courageous decision to immigrate to the U.S. to provide a better life for me and my siblings. As she worked tirelessly, she taught me that success isn't given. It is earned through hard work and patience. I have been fortunate enough to attend Artesia High School, a school that is dominated by women, as most of our teachers, guidance counselors, and faculty are women. Our women educators work passionately, and their contributions and commitment goes beyond the classroom, as they teach with a purpose that makes every student feel valued. Not only is our school run by women, but women of color. And women from different backgrounds with such a diverse community at Artesia High School, it is important for us students, especially young girls, to see ourselves reflected in the teachers who guide them. Our senior class counselor, Ms. Trujillo, has dedicated herself to helping the class of 2025 navigate their educational journey. She has ensured that I receive the guidance needed to succeed. Her immense support has reminded me that I am capable of achieving my goals. It is important for young women to have counselors like Ms. Trujillo, women who advocate for our goals and help us in the pathway towards success. The fight for women advocacy has been a long time coming. And for generations, women had to fight to be able to access education. Activists have paved the way for future generations of women. However, equal access to education for women remains a tough battle in many parts of the world. And I think that is why our district and community should continue to recognize women educators, mentors, leaders to pave the way for future generations of young women. As we celebrate National Women's History Month, let us commit to moving forward together, ensuring that our district recognizes and highlights the achievements and contributions of these powerful women in our community and for many generations to come. I owe it all to the women who never stopped fighting for our right to learn and lead, and believing in the potential of young girls like me. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Billy was saying, "What was I made for?" which is something that the average growing woman thinks about daily, and why it's important to have a woman as a role model. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rim Shamalik, and I'm a 7th grader at Carmenita Middle School. Some leadership roles that I have done at school are ASB and CJSF. In ASB, I am a historian, which means that I take pictures of multiple events that take place at our school. In CJSF, I do community service. Today, I want to take a moment to talk about a woman in my life that has been an outstanding source of inspiration, my older sister. My sister and I have an age gap of 5 years, the age gap not intruding between us being inseparable and keeping us just as close to this day. From the minute I was old enough to recognize what it meant to look up to someone, she's been that person. I've watched her go through challenges, triumphs, and everything in between. Each step of the way, she showed me how to grow stronger. She showed me how to live with determination, gratitude, and kindness. Something that makes my sister so inspiring is not just what she's accomplished, but how she achieved it. She's gone through numerous hurdles with a smile on her face and a strength that I've always admired. Whether it's balancing her work, school, or personal life, she's always managed to stay humble while pushing herself to be the best version of herself. Her ability to pick herself up has shown me that no matter how hard things may get, there's always a way to get through it and have something I was made for. Although she has a great work ethic and determination, that's not all that makes her special. The ability that makes her exceptional is her way of uplifting others, making them feel as if they belong and reminding them of their purpose. My sister has never left my side, staying with me through the highs and the lows of navigating through my life. Her nobility and selflessness are qualities I strive to embody every day. When I'm feeling down, she's the first one to remind me of my own strength, encouraging me to use it wisely, reminding me in the most supportive ways while also showing me that it is okay to be imperfect, to make mistakes, and how to learn from them. In a way that often highlights perfection, my sister has been a constant reminder that development comes from experience, not from always being perfect. Her ambition, gentleness, and power has helped shape me into the growing young lady I am today. Whether it was a spoken lesson, an example, or a watch and learn moment, I am and will always be extremely grateful for everything she has taught me. So to my older sister, thank you for not only being my role model, my source of inspiration, and my best friend, but for teaching me the ways of divine feminine. I can only hope to be half as inspiring to others as you have been to me. In the end, inspired by my sister's lead, I urge you to join me in making a difference. Let's celebrate women's achievements, challenges, and work together towards a brighter future for everyone. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening.
Good evening, board members, staff, and family. My name is Brooklyn Myers, and I attend Carmenito Middle School as a 7th grader. Some things that I have contributed to my school community is that I am a Safe School Ambassador. I have helped play many leadership roles in classrooms and with staff members, and I have played many roles in my honor rolls list. Many of these achievements couldn't have happened without these 4 special women in my life. My mom, my 2 sisters, and my counselor, Miss Ivy. My mother has always been known to push people and to be the best version of themselves. She raised both me and my siblings to be the best versions of ourselves and beautiful young ladies as we grew up. Being a young brown woman has always shown me to look up to my leaders and my role models. My mom always tells me in Spanish, "Sigue adelante lo mejor este por venir." Hearing this as a little girl never got me thinking about what it meant and how to put it into perspective. As I got older, I finally started to realize that this meant keep moving forward, the best is yet to come. Understanding this now made me realize that not everything is going to come all at once. You need to take everything one step at a time. Being a little girl, I always looked up to my sisters. Even though they never saw it or knew that I did, I've always wanted to be just like them. My sisters grew up to be beautiful and amazing women who strive to be who they want to be and proceed to do what they love in their lives. My sisters aren't just family to me. These women are my educators, my leaders, and my mentors. Lastly, Miss Ivy. When I walked into the gates of Carmenita, I was awaiting to go home. But as I began to walk in, I saw a warm, welcoming smile. I never knew who this was, nor was I aware this woman was going to be one of my biggest inspirations in life. As I slowly began to talk to Miss Ivy during class and passing period, we began to remember each other's names and talk about school and what is yet to come. Miss Ivy slowly started to show me that I have a voice for my community and what's right for my school. She showed me that I have talent and the leadership to be a part of something this big. As I now speak this, I realize that I wouldn't be here speaking in front of you guys thanks to these 4 ladies, especially Miss Ivy. I know that in our future, these 4 ladies who spoke or will speak are going to make a difference with me as we grow together. Thank you for your time and have a great evening.
Hello everyone, my name is Ria Shrivastava and I'm currently a junior at Cerritos High School. I'm
a first-gen American, a daughter of 2 Indian immigrant parents, and most importantly, a woman leader at ABCUSD. At Whitney High School, I'm currently involved in Model United Nations, the future president of our South Asian Club on campus, and I'm currently the junior class vice president in ASB. It is an honor to stand before you today as we celebrate Women's History Month. Growing up, I didn't see many women in leadership roles in my community, but I remember one moment that changed my perspective. A woman in my district, someone I looked up to, stood up for students like me, ensuring that every voice, no matter how young, was heard. That moment showed me the power of women advocating for change. Her voice brought attention to our unheard voices in elementary school, and although I do not remember her name, she left a lasting impact on my journey in this district. When I was writing the speech, I couldn't help but think of someone that represents strength, resilience, and unwavering love. And that someone is my mom. She's sitting right over there here today. Her voice brought attention. Someone who stood by me through every challenge, supported me in every moment of doubt, and has shown me what it truly means to truly fight for those who you love. From day one, my mom has been my anchor and my guiding light. She is without the doubt the hardest working person I know. She juggles so much, raising me and my brother, who I know haven't always been the easiest to handle, balancing her career, her friendships, and still making our house feel like home. Every day, she gives so much of herself to everyone around her, yet she always finds time to remind me of my worth, especially on the days where I forget it myself. My mom made the brave decision to raise 2 kids away from her own home, from the comfort of what she knew. But that didn't stop her. In fact, it only fueled her to create a life for us that's full of love, support, and opportunities. To me, my mom shows me what it means to be a strong woman, not just in the way that she handles the challenges life throws at her, but in the way she advocates for the values that matter most. She stands up for equity, diversity, and inclusion, not just as ideas, but as things how we live, love, and treat others. So I stand here today honoring women throughout history who have paved the way for us all. I can't help but recognize the woman who's made the most significant impact on my life, my mom. This month isn't just about honoring our past. It's about honoring the women present in our lives today, whether that be a teacher, a wife, a daughter, or a friend. Women leaders fight every day to create fair opportunities, whether it's ensuring equal access to education, supporting underrepresented voices, or pushing for policies that help everyone succeed. I've seen firsthand how important it is to have leaders who reflect the diversity of the people they serve. When we have more women in leadership, young girls like myself included see a future where we belong at the decision-making table. From being one of the only girls in my 8th grade science Olympiad competition to now being junior class vice president, all forms of women in leadership inspired that little girl in 8th grade who felt scared to be the only girl in the science Olympiad. I'm proud to be a part of this district's Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee this year. I'm one of the 5 girls in my AP Comp Sci class, and in the near future, I hope our committee is able to bridge the gap between the amount of women and colored women in STEM fields. I went to Stowers Elementary from kindergarten to 2nd grade, Cerritos Elementary from 3rd to 6th grade, and Carmelito Middle School. Miss Evesty's, Miss Grams, Miss Andaya, Miss Sparks, Miss Jaisinga, Miss Melton, Miss Stanton, Miss Dean, Miss McCutcheon, Miss King, Miss Rogan, thank you for shaping me to be the leader I am and the person I am today. As a student in this district, I am inspired by the women who lead, who advocate, and who make space for the next generation. But this work doesn't stop with them. It continues with us. If we want a world that truly values equity, diversity, and inclusion, we must all uplift and support women leaders in our schools, our communities, and beyond. Let's not just celebrate women's history, let's make history together. Thank you.
Miss Gray, Miss Vu, Miss Rodig, Miss Oda, Miss Zhang, Miss Yap, Miss Stefan, Miss McCool, and Miss Sun. Nine female teachers from my freshman year till now who have all left a resounding impact on me. Yet their efforts don't just stand alone. This is part of a much larger and ongoing movement who have shaped and continue to shape our world. Good evening, esteemed board members, faculty, and staff. My name is Majal Rajan, and I'm a junior at Gar High School. To share a little bit about myself, I'm involved in Model United Nations Student Site Council and serve as treasurer of Class Cabinet, CSF, and Engineering Club. And I'm also vice president. Oh,
We want to make sure we can hear you.
sorry.
I think it got turned on.
Is it on? Do I restart? Okay. And vice president of Math and Science Club. Outside of school, I've created computer science courses for students, published a book, and developed a website where students can find volunteer opportunities. As we celebrate Women's History Month, it's important to reflect on how women's contributions continue to ripple through every aspect of our lives. The 9 teachers I have mentioned have certainly left a lasting impact on me, but they are just part of the larger legacy of women educators, leaders, and change makers. Yet this month isn't just about honoring women in history, but also recognizing the work still being done every day. Women have always played a critical role in shaping societies, from education to business to politics. But it's still easy to overlook how much effort it takes to move forward together, especially when it comes to education. Despite the progress we've made, women, especially women of color, still feel underrepresented in many fields. That being said, I feel incredibly lucky to attend Gar High School in the ABC Unified School District, a place where I've had the opportunity to learn from and be inspired by such amazing educators and mentors. The resources and support here have shaped my educational journey, and I've learned that the importance of women educating and inspiring generations cannot be overstated. I'm constantly inspired by the teachers who have pushed me to grow, not just as a student, but as a future leader and advocate. And just as I've been inspired by these incredible women, I'm also inspired by the 4 other girls who have spoken today. Their voices, alongside the work of the teachers and all the women before us, contribute to the ongoing movement of educating and empowering future generations. So as we reflect on the progress made, let's also remember that our work is far from over. Because moving forward together means not only recognizing the efforts of those who came before us, but also continuing the work through collective action, support, and collaboration. Thank you.
So we have any board comment? All right, we have Board Clerk, Ms. Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
I would like to thank you all so much for coming up and preparing your speeches. They were all very excellent speeches, and what I'm hearing is a lot of who you look up to and who inspire you daily are people you see every day. And just our everyday females and women are the ones who are helping change our communities, because look at you all. You're doing wonderful things. You're all very bright, very intelligent, and I'm so honored to be able to share this time with you. And I do want to take this time to say you're growing up, and I know some of you are as young as 7th grade, but you're all growing up, and I know there are probably younger girls who look up to you, and they will continue to look up to you because of the wonderful things you're going to do in this world. So thank you for not only inspiring us today, but potentially inspiring many others in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
Well, I think I speak for everyone, like, wow, go women, yay. I think every single one of your stories was amazing. Thank you for sharing. Very proud of you, very proud of your families for raising such strong and articulate women. My comment is actually for Mr. Blaine Watson, our equity officer. I appreciate the opportunity that we take every month to highlight and uplift, in this case, the voices of our special groups, again, this month of amazing women in our schools. But I want to challenge you. It was kind of brought up in some of the conversations as we talk about issues of equity, to also maybe highlight an area where equity is an issue in our schools, and more importantly, what we as a district are doing to address those. I know that when I read about how girls or women in school are doing, it's pretty good, right? We tend to do well in reading. We tend to do well in in some areas, but as somebody was mentioned, they were the only female in the Olympiad. So I know historically we've, really tried to inspire women to join the STEAM fields. I don't know if that's an area that we as a district have taken on. I know that we provide a lot of events, but are we doing any extra efforts to inspire more women to join that field? I know in the area of mental health, women deal sometimes in school with a lot of issues. So again, I challenge you to, along with uplifting voices and bringing us these amazing stories, let us know how we as a board, we as a district are addressing issues of equity as it relates to, in this case, women. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Board Member Ms. Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo my colleagues. Thank you for coming and sharing your stories. I was just in awe of your speeches, and you're like so young and you've done so much. I'm like, wow, I don't think I was thinking about that when I was in middle school or high school. But thank you so much for sharing that. And I think as women of color, we have our own issues that we face, right? I know many times when I was growing up, if you're a Latina, you become the babysitter, right, while our families are out there working. It's just something that happens. And I think with all the challenges that we face, you guys are overcoming that. You ladies are amazing. Thank you for sharing. And let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count the women on the board. I'm looking to you guys. I'm saying, okay, you can replace me. You can replace that. So we're hoping that you come back and you share all of these great, amazing things with your future mentees, right? So you said you had a lot of women who are mentoring you. Come back, and we want you to be those mentors for our young ladies in the future. So thank you again. Muchas gracias for coming and sharing.
Thank you. Next would be Ms. Sophia Tse.
Well, we're talking about empowering women here. You guys are wonderful. I do want to say something about Raya, because when at college I taught Cal State Long Beach about cultural difference, how to take care of patients, and we emphasize each culture is different, how to respond to disease and how they treat it. And when one of the class I talked about how Indian women at home most is humble and respect the husband and listen, but today you talk about your mother, Raya, right? Can I have a mother stand up? Ria. Ria is your mom. I want to say, I would have to talk to you. I want to say, you must have a hard time. I learned so well, and you are leading the wonderful girls here. Maybe we're talking about 5 girls here, 5 ladies here. One of you guys probably going to be a lady president, and I'm looking forward to see that. One of these days, we will have women leading this country. I want to thank you. I really enjoy what you say. Celebrate the past, but we should also celebrate the present people. And I also want to say to make a history together. That's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. I will never forget that. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vice President Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Ishii. Thank you for coming here tonight and inspiring all of us, sharing your stories and elevating your voice and elevating other people's voices. What you're doing is so powerful. My favorite thing about being a board member is that I get to be surrounded by strong, powerful women every day, and I'm inspired by them all the time. So kudos to you guys. You guys are the future. You guys are inspiring others. You guys inspired me tonight. So appreciate you guys coming here, and thank you, Mr. Watson, for always elevating student voices. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sue Yu.
Thank you, President. One common thing that I heard from all of you guys were your mothers were your heroes. That was the common thing. That is the power of womanhood. Yeah, because only women can give birth. I gave birth to 4 daughters also. So, my mom used to tell me that you're so lucky to be born in this age, because my mom grew up in a country where women were not equally treated. They were inferior. But in America, we're all created equal. Women are not superior over men, and men are not superior over women. We're all created equal. And you guys are so blessed to have wonderful mothers. And I wish my daughters would say that about me. And also, this is the greatest nation in the face of earth, greatest government that gives opportunities to women. Women and men are different strengths, but this is the country that you can be all that you can be and pursue all that you want to pursue. And thank God for banning men playing in women's sports, protecting all-female athletes and sports. God bless you. Thank you so much. And bless the parents who raised these wonderful, wonderful, wonderful women.
All right. I'll be really quick because I've only known powerful women. My mom, she was a judo person. So I don't think we need to add any additional comments from me because I could get beat up by these powerful women next to me. But I would like to take a couple seconds for the parents. The paparazzi in the back that I saw videotaping, if you could please rise. We know who you are. Want to thank you for being an inspiration to these future leaders. Thank you. All right. I need to have somebody approve our agenda.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, the motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion to approve our minutes for the meeting of February 4th, 2025?
Second by Sophia.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. One abstention, so it'd be 6-0-1. And because we love to have meetings, I'll have another motion to approve the minutes of the special study
I'll
session.
make a motion.
February 18th, 2025. Got the motion?
Second by.
Second, which one was first? Which one do you think was first? All right, Mr. Noyola was second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? I think we're all there. All right, love to hear the student board representative report. From Whitney High School. Oh, that's why we have the rail. Yeah.
Good evening, President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Abui, distinguished board members, Superintendent Zitlo, cabinet members, and ABCUSD community members. My name is Andrew Duo, and this is William King, and we both serve on Whitney High School's ASB board.
This winter sports season has been an exciting one, with many of our teams wrapping up with strong performances, including girls and boys basketball. Our girls basketball team had an incredible season, earning the title of league champions of the 605 League. They continue to push forward and secured a spot in CIF state competition, and recently had a game tonight actually against Palibos High School, in which they won and moved on to the next round.
Yay.
Our boys basketball team also had an impressive run, securing a third place spot in the 605 League and earning a well-deserved spot in CIF. Both teams have represented our school with pride throughout the season.
In addition, our made history this season by securing their first win in 3 years, defeating Glenn High School in a thrilling match. This victory marks a major milestone for the team.
Recently, Whitney High School hosted its annual open house, welcoming parents and guardians onto campus for an informative evening where they learned more about students at Whitney. This event provided families with the opportunity to explore classrooms, meet teachers, and gain insight into the daily experiences of our students. Parents were able to learn more about the curriculum, extracurricular activities, and academic programs that make Whitney High School unique. Adding to the vibrant atmosphere, a variety of clubs and student organizations showcase their activities, allowing many visitors to see the passions of our students here at Whitney. Parent organizations such as PTSA were also present, offering valuable resources and ways for families to get involved in the school community. To make the evening even more enjoyable, several food trucks were available to visitors, creating a festive environment. We were also honored to welcome board member Sophia Say to the event.
On January 17th, Whitney hosted our annual homecoming basketball game against Oxford Academy. Our girls and boys varsity basketball teams both secured victories, allowing us to coronate our homecoming king and queen in good spirits. The following day, we had a homecoming dance at the Hacienda in in Santa Ana, with the theme of In the Secret Garden. The venue offered spacious rooms, delicious refreshments, and many other amenities to make for an enjoyable evening.
Since our homecoming dance is not open to middle school students, our middle school students also had their own middle school social. This dance, held on campus, provided a special opportunity for our underclassmen to experience their first formal dance. The dance was entirely planned by the middle school members of our ASB, who chose the theme of La La Land, City of Stars.
Another major event at Whitney is the district musical. This year, the musical chosen was Chicago, a dark but comedic production set in the 1920s. Whitney's Drama Club hosted this district-wide performance to support the young actors and actresses in our ABCUSD community.
As many of us know, severe wildfires have recently impacted Southern California, leaving thousands with their homes destroyed and access to basic necessities limited. In response, Whitney High School hosted a donation drive on January 16th. Donations were sent directly to the LA Food Bank to support victims of the wildfires. Multiple donation sites were set up across campus, and our Whitney community generously provided items to aid those affected.
On February 13th, we commemorated the Day of Remembrance on our campus. Board President Nishii brought this important event to our school, where students learned about the unjust treatment of Japanese Americans during World War II. We want to thank him for his continued presence and support at Whitney High School. Our guest speakers were able to share their experiences regarding the Japanese internment camps during this event held in our Mac Theater, as well as through videos shown in Whitney classrooms.
Recently, the City of Cerritos hosted the annual Optimist Club Essay Contest. We are proud to announce that Whitney students swept the awards, scoring first, second, and third place. The winners will be moving on to the next level of competition. Additionally, Whitney placed third in the annual SCDL, the Southern California Debate League, varsity debate in Division III.
Finally, we are proud to announce that Whitney High School was recently ranked the #1 middle school in the state by U.S. News and World Report. Although the high school rankings have yet to be released, it is expected that Whitney High School will also be ranked among the top schools in the state.
It is a pleasure to share all the exciting events happening at Whitney with the board and the ABCUSD community. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today.
Thank you. Doing board comment? Okay. So, we do, apparently. Okay. Board Member Sue, you.
Well, thank you for waiting all that time. That was a long presentation, but thank you for coming out, and congratulations to Whitney High School Middle School. And I know that you have some staff here, right? Where's your principal? Right there!
Stand up.
Stand up. Yeah, and, okay, yeah. Okay. Well, seems like Whitney is very busy with a lot of, not only emphasis on the academics, but really strong musical program. Yeah, fantastic. Did anybody go watch it, Chicago?
Yeah.
Wow, and right here. Okay, yeah. Well, thank you for coming out.
Thank you. Yes, that was a great musical. I saw that. What are your goals and plans for the future?
For the future, I was recently elected for next year to be ASB president at our school, so I'm looking forward to an exciting another year of ASB to wrap up my time at Whitney. But closer to now, I'm currently on Club Kaibigan, the Filipino club at Whitney High School, and I'm looking forward to our PCN, which is this weekend, our Filipino Cultural Night. It's on Saturday and Sunday.
Recently, I was also elected the ASB vice president of the school for next year, and I think just being able to create a welcoming environment for our incoming students is something that us and our cabinet and ASB as a whole really wants to focus on. Next year, additionally, I'm part of the Korean Cultural Club at my school, so just being able to create a more close-knit and tight community next year.
Thank you. So we really need school board members because you have a perspective that I don't have, which is as a student, right? So I encourage you to, I know you have lots of studies, but just because you have this time now doesn't mean you can't ask me questions later on or tell me what you think of all the issues that you have surrounding your community, because we value your specific perspective. So feel free to stay, or you can call us and let us know how we can really serve you, because that's the key, right? Thank you for being our future leaders. Maybe someday you'll come take our seats here, right? All right, thank you. All right, looks like my report is next. So I'll try to be quick. A few things here. I had to write it down. I went to back to school night at Carmenita, Ross Awards with, I think, Sophia Tse, the Mfedi Mural Project, also by, with Mr. Noyola, Brad Green Team Recycling, Carrie Flores. Thank you, Carrie, for really leading these kids to further great things. The Aloha Kings fundraiser with Mr. Schnack, Whitney, that show was amazing. If any of you guys missed it, you guys missed it. I mean, yeah, it's a great show. Everybody else out there in the community, please don't miss that. They're future ones. I had a tea with the trustee, and we got a lot of information, and we'll be following up and getting some answers to you. Spelling bee, I said Juarez got a second place finish. I don't know who won, but I know who won. Ferguson, I saw this Around the World Dance. That was also amazing. They had like K-pop to Africa. It was great things, and actually Sharon Quirk-Silva's deputy came and presented. We had Amazon reopening, Lakewood State of the City, Black Educators Award at Cabrillo. Thank you to the our equity officer for making that a really big event, not just a few people on the inside. We had the first ever Black History Month at Aloha. That was also pretty amazing. Whitman Musical, Reading Olympics, Whitman won. Reading to Gonzalez, reading to Whitman, Quirk Silva, meet and greet, discussion of our needs and discussion of issues surrounding ICE. Seroptimus fundraiser. These people serve our kids, so please, if you guys have any extra bandwidth, join Seroptimus, join the Optimists. They definitely directly help our kids. We can't do it all. We rely on the community to do this. Sarita's Chinese School New Year, Gar Film Festival with Ms. Mendoza. That was an amazing film festival. It wasn't just all about homework. It was about everything else. That I was just creative. Good reviews on the budget meeting. I met with Artesia, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens city managers to discuss our partnership regarding our budget. We got to maintain our student services. That's the key, right? We can't have any of these fiscal issues affect us directly, so we will need our partners, and I'm not just going to do it as a lip service thing. We definitely going to make that happen as a real thing. We had Day of Remembrances. We had 13 sessions, 3 high schools, 2 middle schools, and all elementary schools, and I've gone back to see some of the middle schools at Hawaiian Elementary and those places, and I think we've had an impact, and I'm hopeful that you know, it's the thing that we can make a difference at whatever age, whether you're an elementary school student, as you see at Bragg, or if you're 99 years old as a draft dodger. Your principles, your ethics matter. You never can there's no age where you can stop making change. And I know that our students responded with art, with poetry. Each of the schools wrote cards. It affected them, and it needs to be a continuing lesson, and it's a message of how great our country is. So I think that's the main thing of this report. We have a great community, great school district, and a great people working towards the betterment of our society. And that's the President's report. We have Superintendent's report next.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Had a number of things in my schedule since our last meeting. In the area of a shared vision for learning and growth for all students, I had my monthly district PAL team meeting with all of our employee presidents, just looking at data that we've gotten back on the culture of our district and how employees and staff feel working here, and looking at that data with everyone over the next few weeks to really then make some decisions together about how do we continue to develop our culture so that people are feeling not only cared about, but that they feel empowered to do the right work for our students and to serve our students well. We had meetings with our principals, about 18 of them, February 5th, 12th, and 19th, where we reviewed where they are with their SIPSA, where kids are progressing this year, mid-year, how we're spending those funds to make sure students are doing well, and looking at changes that are needed to improve where things are not going well for students. In the area of building a collaborative culture of teaching and learning, I did a full-day visit at Gore High School on February 6th. We did PAL focus groups with ABCFT partners on February 6th, looking at things that we're working on together to make things better for teaching and learning at our schools. We had a visit at Elliott Elementary School and Artesia High School with Dr. Douglas Reeves on February 11th, looking at the work teachers are doing there collaboratively together and the processes and systems in place for students. And then I attended the Day of Remembrance Assembly at Cerritos High School on February 18th. In the area of collaboration with families and educational partners, I've been very busy. I was at the district musical, Cerritos High School open house. I participated in the AI Community Roundtable that was a virtual meeting. I attended the district honor band concert, the district elementary spelling bee, Fetty Middle School Awards and open house event, the Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee meeting, the district elementary reading Olympics, and committee meetings with our student board reps to prepare for this evening. And then along with Mr. Nishii, I attended meetings with the city managers for the cities of Artesia, Lakewood, and Hawaiian Gardens. And that's my report.
Thank you. Public employee representative reports. That's a nice shirt, Mr. Gare.
Thank you.
Why are you wearing a red shirt?
I will get to that for sure. Good evening, everybody. Ray Guerra, President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Good evening, President Nishii, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Administrative Cabinet, teachers, nurses, and the ABC community. And thank you for being here and staying in here. I'm wearing a red shirt for the reason across the country many are wearing red shirts or dresses or scarves or something red, right? Typically, union actions, we're trying to just have a solidarity action in ABC. We wear blue because we like blue, and blue's a nice color, and it's our color. But when we're part of a national, just a recognition that we are in education to support students and public education. And so I appreciate all of those who are wearing red. Just because public education is a very special thing. And I was talking to a very smart person earlier, and she was telling me that public education does not get to pick which students we get to have. We don't get to pick the backgrounds or the socioeconomic situations of our students. That's the dream. The dream is that we get public education. Those speakers we heard earlier, these are immigrant families. I'm also from an immigrant family. My mom was the youngest of 14. Education is the pathway. It is the door to create a better society, and giving people the opportunity to have education and to meet them where they are so that they can be lifted up and be successful. That's why we're in education. So, spoiler alert on Dr. Zietlow's Educators Thriving survey that she did. It's a really great survey. It talks about why do people stay in education, and specifically why do they stay in ABC. And what we've heard the word over and over, it's the culture in ABC. I just came from DC, and people always ask me, is ABC a real place? We have like some test question, right? If ABC district did this, I will tell you that we will go down in the history books as one of the best districts to ever be a public education service in the United States. And I'm not saying that just to be flamboyant and out there, but we really have done some amazing things over just the last 5 years. These members who watched over our bond, we worked as a community to pass that bond to make our schools better. And, to have the community support that and to have the oversight committee, recognize for the hard work that they did, we did that indirect. That wasn't an easy time. But look at what's done for our students and for our classrooms. So teachers throughout ABC are wearing red, and many administrators are wearing red because we understand what we're doing here for kids as a community. It's powerful. Another thing that makes us powerful is that we have educators really getting together to have conversation about what's best for kids. In the survey, I'm going to spoiler alert again, over half of the people said their number one reason is that they go to school every day, is their focus is on student, student, student. Now maybe the next one was, hey, I'm trying to take care of my family, but they are there for this right purpose. Students and the mission of teaching students. And so that is such a powerful message. One of the things that we do differently here is that administration will actually work with teachers to find new strategies, shortcuts, things that save money, so that we roll out things into our classrooms so they make sense for kids and for families. An example today is next year we're going to have to test for dyslexia for every, I think it's kindergarten, first grade, something, it's 3 grades. It's a heavy lift. But I had an opportunity to go to a meeting today where administration was there with about 20 teachers from all over the district to kind of brainstorm on how to do this that makes sense. And every teacher, there were some great ideas that came out of there, and they have strategies, and they have a plan that's going to work for next year. But every teacher walked out of there saying, that's why I work in this district, because I get a say, and I get to help, and I own it, just like everybody else. And I think that's just so powerful. And we're the exception to the rule. I wish every school district was doing what we're doing. And I know the school board, very diverse. We don't throw stones at each other. We have different backgrounds, different beliefs, but we don't burn things down for our kids. We keep our eye on the main thing, which was Dr. Ron Brown's mission. Keep the main thing, and that's the kids. So I think, thank you for wearing red. I think this is an important time for public education and for our kids.
Thank you. Public comments?
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. We have public comment from, I have three names here, Unique Aragon, Brooke Nam, Aileen Cardenas, and next up will be Carla B. Santa Cruz.
Good evening. Oh, do you hear me? Okay. Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui, Board Member Rios, Board Member Mendoza, Board Member Se, Board Member Yu, and Superintendent Dr. Zilo. My name is Brooke Nam.
My name is Unique Aragon. My name is Arlene Cardenas.
And we're all juniors at Gar High School. It is with a great honor and excitement that we stand before you today to present an initiative that will empower our youth and uplift our community. Voices United, a festival for justice. A social justice and advocacy event dedicated to spreading awareness about systemic injustices and the intersectional activism of students of color in the education system. This festival will take place at Gar High School tentatively in September 2025 and promises to be a transformative experience for our students, particularly as they navigate the complexities of identity, policies, and social change in today's world. This festival is an event spearheaded by Youth for Change, a student-led civil rights and social justice club committed to empowering youth through education on the policies and laws that directly affect them. Our club was founded in response to the alarming developments in the current political climate and a concerning political apathy among youth. We believe in the power of engaged and informed students who can drive meaningful change within their communities, and we are proud to collaborate with inter-district student organizations, local nonprofits, and the Ethnic Studies and Arts Department of Gar High School to bring this festival to life. This festival itself will serve as both an educational and experiential space. By the board's discretion, it will include workshops on arts justice and cultural music designated by Los Angeles organization Project Knucklehead, as well as local businesses showcasing their offerings, live poetry readings, student conferences, and cultural performances.
We plan on facilitating student forums designed to engage youth in critical discussions on issues affecting the diaspora, the experiences of students of color, the current curriculum on ethnic history, and policies related to law enforcement presence in public schools. Our student forums will be central to the event's mission. We will provide students with a platform to discuss the complexities of their lived experiences, particularly focusing on how systematic barriers manifest in their education and communities. We hope to provide ABCUSD students with a comprehensive education on the intersectional nature of policy, culture, and identity. Celebrate the resilience of ethnic communities and people of color to foster solidarity for restorative justice and educate youth on current structural systems of law and policy that affect communities of color in a contemporary context. Through this dynamic and interactive approach, we aim to nurture the kind of collaborative problem solvers, empathetic leaders, and effective communicators that the ABC Unified School District student profile champions. We are also excited to announce that our keynote speaker for this festival will be Salome Agbajori, an alumna of Richard Guy High School that is now at Harvard University. Salome is a passionate activist and advocate for the protection of marginalized communities and their rights. Her experiences and dedications to social justice will inspire our students to deepen the impact of the festival. Ultimately, this festival is not just an event. It is an opportunity to extend the values of ABCUSD's commitment to a holistic education. By engaging with systemic injustice and encouraging youth advocacy, we help cultivate students who are not only academically successful, but also socially aware and ready to contribute to a more just society. We deeply admire the ABC Unified School Board's unwavering commitment to student success, and we believe that Voices United aligns seamlessly with the district's goals. By supporting this event, you are affirming the importance of student voices in shaping the future of our education system and beyond. We are grateful for the support of administrators like Dr. Moore and Mrs. Politsky, as well as our advisor, Mr. Canelis.
We would like to particularly highlight Equity Officer Blaine Watson's commitment and support throughout our planning process for this festival. Through each step of this journey, Mr. Watson has been a vital proponent in guiding our team and ensuring the absolute potential of this project. This festival is a reflective of the progressive, inclusive spirit that makes our school district a model of excellence. It is our collective responsibility to foster an environment where students not only learn about the world around them, but also actively shape it. We are grateful for your support in advancing this mission, and we look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with you to make Voices United, a festival for justice, a resounding success. Thank you for your time, your commitment, and your dedication to the students of the ABC Unified School District.
Thank you.
Carla B. Santa Cruz.
Good evening. My name's Carla Santa Cruz, formerly known as Carla Herrera when I worked here in ABC from 1975 until 2013 when I retired. So for those of you that I haven't met, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting, congratulations to all of you for being on our board, and thank you for your support. I came to visit you and didn't get to see all of you in January, and I'm coming back to re-invite you to the California Association for Bilingual Education's 50th anniversary conference, but specifically to the English Learner Administrative Leadership Symposium. It's going to be held on Friday, March 28th. It's free to administrators at the high level. I'm hoping that our superintendent and our cabinet can be there, and especially our board members, because it's specifically for you. It's local here in Long Beach, and it's our 50th anniversary. And I'm especially excited because when CABE, as we know it, started, that's when I began my career here in ABC, after I did my student teaching here in 1974. So my first reason for coming here is to remind you, and I really hope that you'll be there and you'll take advantage of this. Second of all, I'm very happy to be supported by this board, and as Ray Aguirre, our union leaders have said, we appreciate the support that we give, and it's a place where we want to work. In fact, I'm still coming back all these years. My son is now working for the district. My grandson is attending the NEMA's two-way immersion program, and that's my next point. Even though there may be executive actions that declare that English may be the designated language, I want to not be complacent and make sure that we all remember that in ABC and in our community, in our world, we are a multicultural society. And I'm coming because I want to make sure that we have the assurance to our community that we still have the support for our multilingual learners and our multilingual programs. And finally, I really appreciate the fact that we do have the assurances for safety for our students. But because there is so much talk and there are so many reasons to have fear and insecurity, I just want to ask you and thank you for the assurances, but to continue, because as we have new students, new people in our community, they might not know that we've enjoyed the support that we've had for so many years. And so I'm just urging you to please keep up the message so that as we have new people come into our community, that they know that our children are safe. And I just want to thank you very much for that and urge you to go to the CABE conference on March 28th. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you. Consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Sue?
Is there anybody who wishes to remove any items on the consent calendar? Ms. Mendoza.
Yeah, no, I don't want to pull it. I just want to make a comment. I know this always gets put in the consent, but I always want to thank our community. It's consent item 4.3C. And it's the donations that have been made to our district by community businesses, parents, and families. And I just want to thank them because during these times, the money that they donate really goes to supporting our schools. And I also wanted to ask Mr. Nguyen if at the end of the school year, could we get you know what I'm talking about, right? I want to see how much, I just want to acknowledge them because I think in these times, I mean, our families, they make a big difference in our schools. So could we get at the end of the year a total amount
Yes,
of
ma'am.
donations? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I agree. You have to say thank you. All right, so no items are pulled, so therefore, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept Measure BB General Obligation Bond Annual Report for the fiscal year 2023-2024 as presented by the members of the Citizens Oversight Committee?
Second, Noyola.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Nishias. Annually, as required by Education Code 41020, the Citizen Oversight Committee have to compile an annual report to present it to the board for acceptance. So they have done that, and tonight we have the chairperson of the committee, Mr. Mark Bowman, along with his committee members, will be presenting the report to the board. Mr. Bowman.
I'm sure you'd like the Reader's Digest version, right? Any questions?
That is short. Thank you.
No, it's great to have the time to serve on this and be recognized by the board, the district. The fiscal responsibility we were charged with, I believe we've done an excellent job taking care of things for the district, focusing on what priorities you have handed to us from the board. I recognize you have a big challenge ahead, keeping that fiscal responsibility with the declining enrollment our district faces. It's a big challenge. I wish you the best of luck, because whatever comes about, not everybody's going to be happy. But it's part of your job, what you're elected to do. I trust you've had time to look over the report, true or false? Not all at once. You've seen the report, right? Tuan?
Yes.
Thank you. Good job.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
But of course, the public would love to hear it.
We've gone around and visited various sites. I'll speak for myself. When I came on 6 years ago, I contacted a certain person on the board and said, hey, I need some mentors. Tell us how to do this. And they were very helpful. Our staff, Tuan, we've had a few changes of staff over the years, but Tuan's been the most consistent. And his gray-haired friend over there, Scott, he keeps us rolling forward. Alice has done a fantastic job when she picked up the responsibility, keeping us moving on. Our project management, they've done a great job. You've seen the results, and there's more to come. We've got most all the money committed, and once the board makes a decision on what we're going to do about the declining enrollment, that may change the landscape of some of what we're allowed to do fiscally, direct some of that money to where it could be better utilized rather than left for else. Do any other board members have anything to say?
That's good. You did a good job.
You think we're done?
We're done.
You have to dismiss us. Any
I
further
still
questions?
think we have questions here. So is your report complete?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Board Member Leticia Mendoza. Oh, sorry. Okay. So let me go to Board Member Sue Yu.
On behalf of the board, I do want to say thank you for serving and, spending all these years just really, representing the citizens and just how the money is used and just looking at all the numbers. I'm sure looking at the numbers isn't fun, but we do need accountability. And, just what's happening with the bond money has been pretty, exciting for the community. And it really helped at the start of the, pandemic, and just, we were able to renovate the most important thing, which is safety. Yeah, with all the, things that's going on. So we were able to do that. So thank you very much for your service
Most welcome.
and
Thank you.
donating and volunteering your time.
Yes.
Board Member Say.
I do too want to thank you so much for you folks is here. Put your time there and kind of watch the budget for us and make sure the money we spend is the right way and right place. I really want to thank you so much because you know what? The public do not understand. The money you guys ask so much money, where are you going to spend it? Then we have our local community member will be there witness for us. The money we spend is the right place for the right student. I remember our union president just mentioned about nothing but for us, but for the children. I want to thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, I'm also going to, for perfect transparency, we did not select this specific committee. We had the authority to do that, but we thought for the community's benefit that the community would apply for these positions. And we ended up with a very highly competent questioning board. You don't want a rubber stamp. That is not what we wanted here. We wanted somebody to critically look at the details, put Tuan through the ringer as much as they possibly could, but that's so that way the community understands we don't have fiascos and problems, which happens when you have a closed-door meeting. So truly, it took a lot of time, and truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The community doesn't know all your sacrifice and time that you spent on this, but we do. So thank you.
Welcome. Nothing further? We can go home?
Oh, wait a second. We want some public comments. Are there any public comments on this particular item?
I see no further public comment.
All right. Then you are dismissed, sir. Thank you for your service. So, on that, we would need to approve this. We had a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Then I have a motion that's passed 7-0. Thank you very much. 1.1A, can I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the board advisory committees? Dr. Zietlow. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Second.
Dr. Zietlow.
We have a couple of students that have been added to the Diversity, Unity, Equity Committee for this evening.
Okay. Huh? So do we have any public comments on this item?
I see no public comment.
Do we have any board comments on any of these? All right, then I will call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seeing none, the motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion for the Board of Education to vote for no more than 5 names from the list of candidates or writing candidates to be submitted to the California School Board Association on or before March 17, 2025?
Tatiana moves.
Thank you. Dr. Zietlow.
Good, thank you. So this is the ballot from CSBA for you all to select delegates from our area. Mr. Nishii is one of the nominated delegates, so you'll need to vote how you would like to vote as a board, and then we will submit that for the board.
Dr. Rios.
I always appreciate people stepping forward and taking on this role. I especially like that we have our very own board member representing the interests of our district and all districts on the delegate assembly. So I see 5 candidates. I say we move them all forward.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza?
I agree. All 5.
Okay, great. Any other comments? Any public comments?
I see no public comment.
Great. So based upon this, we have 5 persons up for recommendation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes 7-0, and I say thank you.
Good job.
I get to work more. 1.3A, can I have a motion to approve the revised board policy and administrative regulations 6159 individualized education program?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. Per CSBA's recommendation, this policy was last updated in 2010, and so we are looking to update them with new regulations and laws. And what you'll notice with the new BPNAR is that there's provisions for foster youth, provisions for students who are involved in the juvenile court system. It provides items such as what are the student voice components of the IEP, how to handle audio recordings, as well as making sure that we have access to language accessibility for our families and translation services during IEPs.
All right. Do we have any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Do we have any board comments on this item? All right. Well, that's nice to hear. A lot of this is prescribed by law, so just because there's no comments, it's because a lot of this is prescribed. So thanks to the Legislative Review Committee for this. I want to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 61959.1 procedural complaints and safeguards for special education?
Tatiana makes a motion.
Second.
By Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
Again, this is to comply with the law and update our policies, in particular about procedural safeguards for special education. This law talks about prior written notices, other safeguards that we have in place, in addition to the format of those parent-guardian notices and due process complaints.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Any board comment on this item? No board comment. Also, just as FYI, administrative regulations are more detailed, further development of the board policy. So in that, I want to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve revised board policy and administrative regulation 6159.2 non-public schools and agency services for special education?
Second, Tatiana.
Tatiana. Dr. Castro.
Thank you once again. Our special ed department and our SELPA has been busy ensuring that we are updating these new laws and regulations. This is in particular to non-public and non-sectarian schools. You can see that most of it is updated or new, and it's about those procedural safeguards of ensuring that we are reviewing those non-public school systems and that we're providing FAPE through those contracts and agencies.
Thank you. Is there any public comments on this item?
No public comment.
Any board comments? Again, this has been reviewed by the Legislative Review Committee, who's worked on it very hard, so I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes 7-0. Thank you. 2.3A, can I have a motion to adopt Resolution 24-17 to release from employment and non-reelect temporary or probation employees per Education Code Section 44954 and Education Code 45117. Can I have a motion for this?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight we're bringing this resolution forward as presented.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Any board comment on this item? Thank you, Board Member Mendoza.
Just for the public, can we explain a little bit further what this resolution is, Dr. Frazier?
Yes, sir. Annually, we have a number of temporary employees, so annually we bring forward the release of the temporary employees in terms of our staffing. Our hopes as a district is to bring back as many temporary employees as we possibly can as we continue to work through budget and staffing for the following year.
And this is required by specific date by California state law?
Correct.
And it needs to be done in this way?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you. So the reason is because we need to let our staff know in case they are not returning that they have an adequate time to, find other employment, and we want to be respectful of them, right? Correct?
That is correct, and all of these employees have been notified.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So based upon that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve contract with Learning for a Living, Inc. in the amount of $10,000 for the keynote speaker for the Classified Professional Learning event?
So moved by Sophia. Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're happy to bring this forward tonight. We have our classified Professional Development Day on March 31st, so we're excited to bring Phil Boyd to speak to our classified employees and our classified management and certificated management as well. He is just excellent in terms of his ability to capture the room, to really value amongst our employees. So I think we're in for a real treat in terms of his ability to help our employees really feel good about the work they do for us.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Do we have any board comment on this item? Or question? Oh, sorry. Board Member Mendoza.
You didn't cancel me from the list.
I didn't cancel you, I apologize. Dr. Rios, did you want to speak on this item?
I do. Thank you, President Ishii. I think this is great. I know that we've discussed this a lot. We focus a lot of our attention on our certificated staff and our site leaders about creating a positive school culture. And we know that our classified employees play a vital role when it comes to helping us and create a safe and supportive culture at our schools. They interact with our students, they interact with our families, and a lot of times this is the one opportunity that kids get to have a better day, whether they're interacting with them at recess or lunch, or our office staff in, when parents come in to talk or ask questions. So just from, I guess I should have started off with a question. Can you outline some of the classified staff that will be participating in this event?
So it will be all of our classified employees for that day. So what is it? It's a student-free day and a teacher-free day. So we have all of our classified employees working that day will come. So anywhere from secretaries to maintenance workers to clerks, finance, all of the district office employees, et cetera. So we will be sort of shutting down the district, so to speak, for us to provide this opportunity for growth for all of our classified employees.
Will it include our noon supervisors?
I'm sorry?
Our noon supervisors?
Yes.
Our IAs, or I don't know.
Correct. Educators, yes.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, can I have a vote on this? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? And the motion passes 7-0. Can I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between the Board of Education, ABC, Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, amending Article 7, School Calendar, and Article 18, Adult Education, L, Adult Education Calendar for the 2025 and 2026 and 2027, and the 2027 and 2028 school years. Thank you.
Second, Tatiana.
Thank you. Dr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to say that, and I want to first say to thank, obviously Ray, Gear, and Ruben Menecias for their work with us during this portion of the negotiations, working on school calendars. As you see there, we have 3 years in front of you, so we really together thought that was a really good thing for our community and our staff to really kind of know where we're going to be for the next 3 years. So I want to thank them publicly for their work and their team as well. It was a great collaborative effort, and we were able to come to an agreement. So,
thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Any board comment? I have Board Member Dr. Rios.
Just wanted to publicly thank the staff for the calendar. I know that it took us a while to get us, especially from a high school parent, to get us to a place where we now can end the semester before winter break. I know that it really goes a long way in now allowing students and their families to enjoy the holidays without finals hanging over their heads. So I'm very happy to see that we're continuing with that trend. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to just say thank you to the district and ABCFT too for planning 3 years ahead, because as families we want to plan and we want to make sure what's coming up and make sure we're not taking up instructional time to go on vacation. So I want to thank you for having that, and our families I think are going to appreciate that too.
Board Member Yu?
Thank you, President. Yeah, this was took a while because we had to, all the stakeholders had to really agree, so it took a few years to come to this agreement. But gosh, my children all graduated from high school already. But it's good for all the other students, especially for high school students. When they're done with AP in May, they're done. And then for them to come back in January and study for a few weeks and take the final was pretty tough situation. So this is it streamlines, it's good for the high school kids, and everyone's happy. So coming out with 3-year plan was great because that gives everybody, all stakeholders, to plan ahead. Thank you. Good job, everybody.
Board Member Tse.
I do want to give this credit to our president, Mr. Nishi, that he had brought this up a long time ago. He was talking about we should move the dates close to the other schools so kids can go out together at the same time, travel, things like that. I think you suggest that, right? At the very beginning, put up together more close late rather than so early. But I think that was a good point, and that was a really good suggestion. Now we get the fruits from here. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? 3 years of certainty. Parents won't be asking that question all the time. I appreciate it. Can I get a motion? Can I get a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I don't hear any nays, and so the motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 3.8A. Can I have a motion to approve a request to contract with Basic Life Support Express CPR to provide CPR classes for students enrolled in the ABC Adult Medical Assistant and Pharmacy Technician programs for the 2024-2025 school year?
Second by Sophia.
Thank you. Dr. Castro.
Yes, again, we're trying to provide the best experience possible for our adult school program for medical assistant and pharmacy technician, and so we put forward this item to support that pathway.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
We have board comment. Ms. Suyu. Dr.
Thank you. This CPR program, it only costs $35 per student, which is a really good deal. And this is a really good skill to have for anyone, especially for parents too. So, good opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. Rios?
Prepare for emergencies for some reason has become something that we regularly talk about. It's more of a question. Do we have other opportunities where other people, including maybe even the community, can attend CPR classes, but especially our staff?
This is Dr. Rios. We do opportunities for CPR classes for our staff members.
I'd especially like to be notified and get an invite because I know it's been decades since I took a CPR class.
Sounds good. We'll do that.
I can provide you for free.
Where, Sophia?
All right. So we have some people who are already going to take the class. We're getting our money's worth. So can I have a vote? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye? Okay, great. Motion passes 7-0. Item 4.5, because we skipped the other one, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1667 roofing at various sites to best contracting services for the base bid and unit prices to reflect decking and fascias as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Board President Nishiki. Good evening again. We are this summer ready to re-roof Bragg and Haskell Middle School, Bragg Elementary School. So the district went out to bid for the roofing project at these two schools. We received 7 bidders, which is more than what we usually receive. So we're excited about that. We are recommending the lowest possible bidder to best contracting services at Bragg Elementary for $1,416,430. At Haskell, $2,213,325. So best roofing is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder out of the 7 bids that we received. We also excited to see that the next lowest bidder is only about 2.5% higher. So it is a very I want to say accurate, but competitive bid. So we have used Best before. They actually did the roofing last summer for Cerritos High School and Ross Middle School. So we are familiar with this vendor.
Great. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Do we have any board comment, Board Member Mendoza?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. Mr. Nguyen, can you just for the community, so this work will be done during the summertime, so it doesn't disrupt instructional time? Thank you.
I don't think your mic was working, but he said yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other comments? I also want to thank you for having these bids, because that means that they understood the bid. There's not very much discrepancy, and so it's really well competitively bid. We don't always get that, and so, and particularly now with the fires and everything, they have plenty of choices, and they chose to bid on us, so I appreciate that. Thank you. So, call a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? All right. 7-0. Or actually, 7-0, yes. 4.6A, can I have a motion to adopt Emergency Resolution 24-18 award of emergency contract to North System International for the replacement of pool filtration system and water circulation pump at Artesia High School?
So moved.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you so much, President Ishii. This is an emergency resolution, meaning that it's authorized staff to skip the bidding process. If you're aware, public contract code require that any public works above $15,000 must be officially legally bid. But because the system fell at the pool at Artesia, and that is the only pool we have in the district, without immediate replacement of the equipment, it would be out of service for our students, so we are asking the board to authorize staff to procure the filtration system and the pump without a formal bid process. We do get quotes, and the amount is about $52,964.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Do we have any board comment on this item?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Ms. Mendoza, Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Nguyen, how long has the pool been out of service?
We try to, I don't want to say patch it, but keep it working for the last week or two, and it's working, but it could go out any time, so that's why it's important for us to do this and get the replacement pump and the filtration system as soon as we can.
And once approved, how long will that take for the pool to be back in service for the students?
You're asking out a good question, the tough one.
Sorry.
We try to get it within a month.
1 month, so
Yes.
we can let the students in the school know that
Yes,
1
we
month
are.
they'll be back in
We
service.
keep, we there daily to make sure
Okay.
that it's working.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have one quick question. So this is an emergency, and so if we don't approve this right now, what would the fiscal impact be?
It would be just potentially the pool could be out of service for the students to use. So what we would normally do is we would go to bid, right? The normal process is we go out to bid for the pump and filtration system at Artesia High School. So we have to advertise, we have to get bid, and we bring it to the board for approval. That process takes about 6 weeks to about 2.5 months, depends on the timeline. So it's just delaying the service. If ultimately we have to replace this. So this allows us to do it immediately. It's just buying us some time, that's all.
Oh, and time is also money, and that's an issue as well.
Yes.
So one more thing, and when you contacted this bidder, we've worked with this bidder before?
Yes.
And you've done probably 3 calls to other bidders as an informal process?
Yes, staff have.
Yes.
Yes.
So even though it's not a formal bid process,
We
there-
get quotes.
You've
Yes.
you've gotten close and you've worked with
Yes.
this company before. Is there a bond required for 52,000? No, right?
There's always performance bonds and bid bonds if it's a formal bid, but in this case, it would be just a performance bonds.
Just a performance, and the purpose of a performance bond is so that, just to make sure that it gets done and
Correct.
that we're covered in that situation.
Correct.
Board members say.
Hi, Tuan. Just have a quick question. Remember we had a meeting with Janice Hong regarding using the Dankarabi pool area. What's happening there?
So I provide an update to the board. They are not able to turn over the pool for us to operate. However, they can make it available for us to rent. So we're exploring that, but it would be depends on the availability of the pool. Plus, it would require the county staff to be there, as you know, we would rent from them just how we would rent our facility. So we're still exploring that, but it's not as if what we like to do initially is basically take over the control of the pool at Don Carnegie Park. So we still keep the conversations open.
Thank you. And that item's not really on the agenda, but thank you for answering that.
Yeah.
All right, so can I get a motion to approve this? And we need a unanimous vote on this one? So can I get a, did we already get a first and second? We did.
Yes, you did all in favor.
So all in favor say aye?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. 4.78, can I have a motion to approve Campfire Long Beach Action Youth America, AYA, and Woodcraft Rangers to provide the expanded learning program ABC Excels to 18 elementary schools and to 5 middle schools per cohort for the 2025-2026 school year, with an option to renew annually for up to 2 years.
So
Okay.
moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you again, President Nishiis. We went out to, issue a request for proposal for service for the after-school program. As you very familiar with the ELOP program, or the Expanded Learning Opportunity Programs that we always talk about, right? This program, run by community-based organizations, provide 3 additional hours during the school day, or it could be before school, to all unduplicated count students, meaning English learners, foster youth, and low-income students, free of charge. So we have that, and also 30 additional days in the summer, as I talked about at the study sessions. So we have about 5,000 students eligible for this in the elementary. And right now, we currently serving about 70% of that, about 3,538 students. So we're very happy with that, because we started this program with just 1,000 students. You know, every year we're able to build that. And of course, the goal is 100%, but we're happy with 70%, right? And we also do it at the middle schools, and we're serving about 632 students. So staff went out to bid, and we have recommended the top 3, Campfire Long Beach, Action Youth America, AYA, and Woodcraft Rangers, at the 3 highest bidders with the highest points for this program. Then we have a criteria of the ranking, as we normally do for this kind of service, and we have staff from the Child Development Department or elementary school learning and the after-school program evaluate the proposal, and this is the recommendations to the board.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do have public comment.
How many do we have?
We have 8.
So based upon our board rules, we can reduce that down to 3 minutes in terms
Per
of the...
speaker.
Per speaker.
So first, we will have Damon Malai, and following Damon, we'll have Trevin Limbrick. Following Trevin, we'll have Charles Barjon.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent, President, Vice President, members of the board. Thanks for having me today. For the record, my name is Damon Melfi. And I'm a parent of a 8th grader at Ross Middle School. So I recommend you guys do not approve 4.7-A. And the reason being, I found about ABC Excel's program at Ross Middle School. My son's an 8th grader there. And as we were touring the different middle schools when he was in elementary, we went to Haskell, Teslav, Carmenita, and Ross. Of course, they all spoke about their electives, their core curriculum, but with Ross, they really talked highly about the ABC Excels program ran by Mr. Mike. It's basically embedded in the Ross community, and that's what kind of sold us versus have our son attend that school and also participate in after-school program ran by Mr. Mike. It's a great program. It helps with the homework, but not only that, it helps with just the overall development of a student. Of course, it takes a village to raise a child, so of course, I'm his father, his mother's in the audience, but it takes the teachers, Mr. Mike, et cetera, to help with the development. So just in closing, although my son's an 8th grader, I do want the future elementary students, kids are not even born yet, to hopefully still have Mr. Mike and his staff at the head of ABC Excels at Ross to continue so they can benefit like my son has. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Trevon Limbrick, followed by Charles Barjan, followed by Vanessa Almaraz.
Good evening, President and Board, Vice President and board members. My name is Trevon Limbrick, and I'm also going to echo that sentiment. We want the ABC Excels program to stand because I deal with at-risk youth currently. That's my profession. And my son I want to thank the board and the district. My son's been going to ABC from kindergarten to the 8th grade. And I'm really grateful. I'm grateful for the district. This program, the Excel program, with him being in the 8th grade, he was in it in the 7th grade and the 8th grade, and it's helped him gel from that elementary school through to his middle school, and just the communication that he's learned with the ABC Excels program has been tremendous. And I feel like, hopefully you guys can keep the Excel program going, because what they have is keeping those children safe. It's benefited my child, and I would like it to benefit future children coming along. Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Barjan, Vanessa Almaraz, and Matt Gap.
Good evening. I'm Charles Barjan II, a program leader and tutor at Fay Ross Middle School's after-school program. I've been faithfully working here for the past 3 years, helping students actualize their potential to be successful lifelong learners. It has been brought to my attention that this program, which benefits not only students but the entire ABC Unified community, is at risk of being handed over to a third party. What a grave mistake this would be. This district is a shield from outside companies who do not care about who they hire, nor the quality of the student experience. And as a matter of fact, in this room, there are many who would attest to this. They know, and you know, that our district-run program has allowed for student growth, both academically and personally. Our students deserve to be in a program that cares about their growth over time, that doesn't just see them as a number. They deserve a program that's accessible to all. The last time a third party ran a program at Ross Middle School, I was told there was chaos, that the instructors were not passionate, and the families were not happy. This is night and day compared to the program we have been running for years at Ross. Our program is a well-oiled machine, keeping students safe, communicating with parents effectively, and working with daytime staff to ensure student success. I hope all of this won't be undone, because this isn't the ABC way. I myself am a child of the great ABC Unified School District, the district that everyone wants their child to be in. The school district has countless notable alumni. I myself attended Cerritos Elementary, Carmenita Middle School, Cerritos High School, and I'm now working at Fay Ross Middle School. So I know what it's like to sit at these desks, to value caring teachers, and to grow up in a community that cares about me. I know how tragic it is when teachers and staff are not valued, and how appalling it is when students and their families are not prioritized. The idea of handing this program over is a direct violation of our mission at ABC Unified School District to empower every student to excel academically, thrive physically and emotionally, and to succeed in their chosen future endeavors by fostering a culture of safety, resiliency, inclusivity, and lifelong learning. This mission cannot remain words on a paper, but must be given meaning. The words are empty bottles left to be filled with our dedication, support, and passion for our students. I come here tonight to implore you, on behalf of my coworkers, students, and their families, to please consider the ramifications of handing this program over to a third party. The shield that is the district is just that. Don't leave our families exposed. The campus culture of Ross and other district-run sites will forever be impacted, and the communal growth stunted. I'll end this by saying I'm currently finishing my last year working within the district. I told myself when I graduated from Cerritos High School in 2018, go Dons, that I would return after my undergraduate education and give back to my community, the community that raised me. I have fulfilled my goal. I have nothing to worry about personally, but the plight of my students and the futures of my soon-to-be former coworkers is my plight. I refuse to sit idly and watch. I refuse to be silent and as enriching programs are being diluted to lose their effect. So please, for the sake of our district, of our communities, of every child who sits at a desk, do not go forward with this notion. Thank you for your time, and please remember our families.
We have Vanessa Almaraz, Mac Gingab, and after Mac, we have Susana Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Almaraz, and I've been an after-school program teacher for the past 8 months. I am a proud product of the ABC Unified School District. I attended Elliott Elementary, Ross Middle School, and Gar High School. Today, I stand before all of you to address the issue surrounding the ABC Excels after-school program at Ross Middle School. As a former Falcon, I know the profound impact teachers and administrators have on students, one that cares about student success inside and outside the classroom and far beyond the junior high. Every day I see instructors such as Mr. Charles, Miss Anna, and Miss Jessica connect with students to the point where they're so excited to see them. My team and I deeply care for the safety and success of our students. My team and I make the connection before the correction. Connection before correction. My team and I believe and maintain a safe, fun, and engaging environment. Speaking for myself, I am passionate about mathematics. Students ask me for help, and I enjoy doing this. I'm currently in the process of becoming a math teacher. I communicate the idea that mathematics is beyond memorization and assist them in developing critical thinking skills. After-school programs keep students on track with their grades, with the assistance of individuals such as my team and myself, in which we are teachers, mentors, and tutors, all in one for our students. Bringing in an outside organization and rebranding our Ross after-school program will have a negative effect on our Ross community and the families we support. Families would have to rearrange and look for alternatives to keep their kids safe while they are at work. Students will not have access to participate in various clubs we lead, such as basketball club, football club, board games club, and anime club, media production club, and 3D printing club. Please consider the negative consequences this will bring to students and their families. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Mac Gingab, Susana Cruz, and Dolce Meda.
Good evening, guys. My name is Matt Quingab. I'm a father of Nathan, a student at Artesia High School. The ABC Excel staff means so much to our family and our son. Nathan is now a freshman at Artesia High School, and I have a third grader that's going to Burbank. And together with my wife, we feel incredibly fortunate to be part of the after-school program community. Our son has been with ABC Excel program and their team since he was in TK. This group of professionals has cared for our kid and his fellow classmates like they were their own children. They have provided them with opportunities to explore and develop skills that goes beyond academics, and have truly mentored them in ways that have contributed to their educational and emotional growth. Let's face it, California is an expensive place to live, and like many other parents, and my wife and I work countless hours just to meet daily needs. And it's truly a blessing to have found not only a program but also people that we can trust with our children. People who can keep them safe, teach them, and encourage them to be their best. One of the greatest outcomes of the ABC Excel program right now is that our son Nathan, he's dedicated to his academics with hopes of earning a scholarship for basketball, and if that doesn't work, hopefully mechanical engineering. One of the best habits that he learned from the program is that he learned to complete his schoolwork before playing, which he so does until today. As a result, he is now has a 4.0 GPA at Artesia High School, and he also discovered his love for basketball, which he found out through being with ABC after school program. Last year, he also participated in the junior high March Madness competition for basketball and led his team into the championship game, unfortunately losing by 2 points. So, but this year, as a captain of our teacher freshman team, he helped coach Ross, came back and helped coach Ross alongside myself, leading them into championship this year. And that was like this past weekend. It's refreshing and very emotional for us to see our son giving back to the same community that helped raise him. And as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child, and I feel lucky to have a village helping to raise mine. So please reconsider.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Susana Cruz, Dolce Meda, and Sonia Robinson-Reese.
Hi, good evening. I'm here to support the Excel program. My daughter is now in 9th grade, so she's not part of them. But I'm very grateful that she was part of the program. I was able to work because of them. And also my daughter was support with them. I feel secure that my daughter was taking care of people that is educated and helping her with the classes and the homework, because I was always frustrated trying to help her. I was like, bah! But also my daughter feel more comfortable and feel free more than now that they are teenagers. It's difficult sometimes to communicate with them as parents. But with them, even right now, they are free to go if they need to talk with them and feel comfortable with them, with the leaders of the program, and even to talk with the kids that are right now in the program. And just as a comment, one of the days that I picked my daughter earlier from that program, it was another mom crying, asking for help to be enroll the son, I guess, to the program because she needs to work 2 jobs. And she was crying because there was no more space for her. I guess they had a list, waiting list. And there's many parents that are in that situation. And earlier they were working about, talking about women's leaders and many moms and parents, in general, dads and moms, now they both have to work to support them. If they want to be leaders, they need somebody to lead them besides parents. And parents, sometimes we are not able to be with them at home because we have to be working. And just want to say thank you to the Excel program. Thank you for being here and listening to us, and I hope they can help them for the parents that they are going through those programs. Thank you. Have a great night.
We have Dolce Meda and Sonia Robinson-Reese. Dolce? It's okay.
She's going to translate.
Perfect.
Buenas noches, miembros del board. Mi nombre es Dulce Medel y estoy aquí para expresar mi opinión.
Well, her name is Dulce and she wants to give her opinion about the Excels program.
Las razones por las cuales estoy aquí es porque mis niños han asistido a Excel Program y les ha ayudado mucho en su desarrollo académico.
The reason that she's here is just to explain why her kids are being going to the program, the Excels program, and has been helping them a lot academically.
En la tutoría y cómo relacionarse, expresarse, hablar en público y con sus compañeros de clase.
And it had helped them how to express themselves and talk to their friends on school and class.
Ahora, Mrs.
Mi deseo es que el programa Excel es un excelente programa para el desarrollo académico de los niños porque les ayuda mucho en tutoría, entonces me gustaría que los fondos y que Excel no se fuera de arroz.
Okay, she wants Excel to keep at Ross because it's been helping her kids with the development.
Ofrece deportes,
They have sports,
tutoría,
tutoring,
y les enseña cómo ser buenos líderes.
and they help them how to be leaders.
Y el trato con los instructores es son unas personas educadas.
And all the instructors are really good, very educated,
Estudiantes
and they treat the kids really good.
son un buen ejemplo para
It's a really good example
con los adolescentes
with all of the teenagers, especially,
principalmente que están en esta etapa donde van creciendo.
because they're growing up, and then at this stage, it's really hard for them.
Y pues nada más, era mi opinión y muchas gracias.
And that's it. This is her opinion, and thank you, everyone.
Next, we have Sonia Robinson-Reese. After will be Nathan Cortez and Jennifer Cruz.
All right. Good evening, respected board members. My name is Sonia Robinson Reeves, and I have been with the Los Angeles County Office of Education. And the reason why I bring that up because I truly understand the RFP process. And unfortunately, I believe our Excel program did not get the information that, hopefully everybody else got, but they weren't able to get the information regarding the RFP process, so they did not submit maybe their proposal to become part of this particular solicit. But more importantly, I am a proud parent of children who have been part of ABC Unified School District for over 30 years, in which my eldest is 32 years old, and up under the leadership of Dr. Zietlow at Gar High School at that time. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my children now, Dion and Dior Reese, which Dior's here, and many other families about the tremendous impact that Excel's program has had on our students. My twins, so Dion and Dior are twins, have participated in Excels since their time in TK and are now in middle school. I can confidently say that this program has been not only beneficial but essential to their academic and personal development. Excels has been a vital extension of my children's school day from TK through middle school. The program has provided them with academic support that reinforce classroom learning. It has also kept them academically engaged with enrichment activities like STEAM. Of course, they just started the basketball team, and they won at Ross. They are the champions. Practice and language arts exercises. This balance has helped them grow into well-rounded individuals. I've seen how well organized the program is as well, with professionals, dedicated staff who genuinely care about the students' well-being. The program offers a structure, and that's important with children. When we change programs, when we change individuals that oversee the care of them, the structure could change for them too. Their environment has been very balanced with learning, playing, social development. Additionally, the clear and consistent communication, and that's important too, consistent communication with leaders, with caretakers, with individuals that they're familiar with, has made parents as well feel part of the process, the community feel part of the process. Excel isn't just an after-school care. So I don't want it to look like, oh, they're just babysitting our kids. It's a space where children explore their interests, make lasting friendships, and develop socially and emotionally. I have from TK all the way to middle school. I know the time is up, but all I want to say, I urge the board to consider the lasting benefits that a consistent provider can have over children and the impact that it can make to children when we change providers. So please consider Excel to remain as their provider. Thank you.
We have Nathan Cortez, and then after will be Jennifer Cruz.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nathan Cortez. I'm a freshman at Cerritos High School, and I'm a former ABC Ross Excel student. I'd just like to say that everyone who's here today is here because they truly care, and that it may not be every family or every family, student family that came here today to come support, but at the same time, these people are here because they truly care, and they care about their student, their child, and what education they're getting, what benefits they're getting out of this ABCU program. And I feel like as a student here, these staff members are very reliable, they're very hardworking, and they truly care about their students. They care about their academics, their relationships, their friendships, and they just want them to enjoy themselves. They want them to be able to express themselves in a positive manner, and hope that they look back here, like me, for example, knowing that that I'm here today to come and help all these people here who seek to keep their jobs, and to all these students and family members here, hoping that these staff members stay and that they can keep progressing with their kids and keep thriving as a program. Because I would just say that my experience was amazing, and I never once thought it was bad. I felt like I was truly thriving and I could truly express myself in this program, and that these staff members gave me an opportunity to truly be myself, and I finally knew who I was going into high school as well with the help of them. And I just hope that you guys please don't replace them or continue to add more staff members and more third parties to this program. And that's it. Thank you.
Jennifer Cruz?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Cruz, and I'm here on behalf of the Ross Excels program. Currently, I'm a freshman at Gar High School and graduated from Ross Middle School. I was part of the ASB program during my 8th grade year, and I was in the after-school program both years of my middle school experience. So I'd like to share a few of the things that I've learned from the program and the people who put hard work into making it happen. First off, I'd like to thank my former after-school teacher, Miss Anna. She has been one of my biggest role models during my time at Ross. She is bright and an inspiring person who has brought joy not only to me, but to the several other people who were in her class. These several people have also become some of my closest friends, and I would even consider them family. I'm ever so grateful for the time I have spent in after school, because without this program, I may not have shaped many of the friendship I have today, including meeting one of my best friends who has been with me through my ups and downs during middle school. This program has given the students many opportunities to learn and grow as a person and as students. The staff there are very sweet and have all been great and willing to listen to many of the things and share emotions and thoughts. And I would like to say that this program is great how it is, and nothing should change about it. Currently, I have friends who are in this program, and I would like them to have as great as an experience as I did when I was a student there, without it being cut short. And all this program was a great experience for me, and I treasure every moment I spent with them. I have met many people and learned many things that have helped me ever since, and will continue to use them throughout my life. With this being said, I hope you will consider keeping Ross Excels how it is, because I am positive that it will continue to bring many new experiences to current and upcoming students who will be in this program. Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you. Thank the audience before we get started for coming and making comments about a very important issue. Do we have any board comments? right, we have Dr. Rios.
Well, I think this definitely raises questions. I appreciate the community coming out here and voicing their opinions. Can I understand why we didn't continue with Excels? I mean, it sounds like continuity is important, and I get the RFA process, but yeah, if somebody can just start with explaining why they're not part of the list.
I can explain that. So the ABC Excels program at Ross is site-based. It is hired by the principal. There's not an outside vendor. They wouldn't be part of an RFP process since they are not a community-based organization. It is internal staff hired by the school site. Therefore, in working, what you have in front of you in terms of the RFP is to approve community-based organizations that would work within the ABC Excels program. Our next step is that we then meet with principals to determine what the best program is at their site. At some of our sites, it is that they fully go all in with the CBO. At some of our other sites, we have that the principal has teachers or internal staff that work as interventionists or tutors after school, and they also have the CBO to help provide the enrichment programs, because the enrichment programs can include things like CTE type of experiences, dance program, art programs, etc. And so that is part of what the RFP is, particularly for the CBOs and the type of experiences that they can provide. As part of our process, we did send out parent surveys to get input from our parents as to the type of experiences that they would like to receive within ABC Excels. Remember that ABC Excels is the name of the overarching program, and that the program is a combination of our own staff as well as CBOs coming together to provide the best experience possible for our students, whether it be at Ross or any of the other schools in our district.
So just to follow up then, and I think that was a misunderstanding, maybe miscommunication, that we are definitely going to continue with after-school programs to support our families because we know of the need. We know the fact that there are working families who need extended time for their students to be at school in a place that is safe, et cetera. And so we're not dismissing Excel. So I think that that's something that the community would appreciate learning. And so the next step would be to have those conversations at the sites about that. Okay,
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Board Member Yu?
Thank you, President Nishi. So the current staff will continue?
They're temporary staff, so that is up to the site principal and the decisions that are made based on the needs at the school site. But again, that's a discussion we'll have with the school site, the site principal, and with the ABC Excels team to discuss what are the best options for that school site. But we do work with our principals to coordinate services from both sides, CBOs and from their own staff members, whether that be teachers or paraeducators or tutors.
Okay, because tonight what I heard was from the community was very legitimate, because for parents who are working, especially like single moms, or if parents are working and they need to drop their kids off early and pick them up after work, that's a lot of stress. And in addition to that, we all know because of the inflation, the rent for renters, the rent just went up 20-30%. And I think that we heard pretty clearly, and I really do feel that it's very legitimate. And I don't know if I really feel really comfortable voting tonight, because I really don't want to see any impact on these families, because the connection, the relationship, the trust is very important. So I think like some kind of assurance is there that the especially Ross Middle School, the whole community, a lot of community came out.
So as a reminder, I'll say it again.
Yeah,
the
please.
ABC Excels program will continue at Ross.
Okay.
So yes, there will be a program. Parents don't have to worry. Daycare or the after-school extended, the enrichment, the tutoring, all the components of the program. That is not going away.
Okay.
The program is growing, and so as our program is growing across the district and at Ross Middle School, we are looking to continue to partner with our CBOs to enhance the experience for our students. And I will remind us that this particular board item affects 18 elementary schools as well
Okay.
as 5 middle schools.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Okay, that kind of clarifies a lot of things. So that's kind of like assuring to our community, and especially the Ross Middle School. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. So just to clarify, and just to make sure I understand this correctly, what we're approving today, if approved, is we're approving vendors that our schools can choose to select if that's what they decide to do at their school site. And if Ross decides to stay with the current program that they have right now, they can do that. And other schools can choose so it's basically school site selected, right? And these are the vendors they can approve of.
So remember that this program has very specific requirements that we have to meet, and those are listed under the RFP. So intervention supports and tutoring is only one component. We have to have physical education, we have to have enrichment opportunities as well as others. With limited staff, we provide limited opportunities. And so therefore, we're looking at a combined program where we have CBOs offer enrichment services, as well as always, we think it's best if our own staff provide the tutoring supports, provide the connection with students because they know the students best. So we don't disagree with that, and so that's why we offer a combination program. We typically don't do one or the other, especially moving forward now that we've reached 5,000, almost getting closer, 70% of 5,000, getting closer to 5,000 students.
I think I still didn't get an answer. If Ross chooses to stay with the program that they have right now, can they do that?
Ross will need to increase their enrichment activities, and we are working with them to try to use CBOs to help with those enrichment activities. But if they choose to stay with the program as is, they will work with our ABC Excels team to make sure that they can meet the requirements with hiring their own additional staff members at their site.
So they can keep the staff that they have now, they can just add more staff. Correct? It's kind of like I'm getting answers that really don't answer the question. I think our community wants to hear those answers.
Okay, so part of the answer is yes. If they would like to keep their site staff, they can keep their site staff.
Okay, that's it. That's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola?
Thank you, President Ishii. Just for my understanding, I know previously we've talked about how the Extended Learning Opportunities Program is actually growing in California, that the governor has given more additional funds, so that is why we're trying to look for additional CBOs to offer more programs. So this is just that process moving forward because there's new regulations coming forth, and Action Youth America is possibly the biggest CBO that we partner with at majority of our schools. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and for Ross Middle School, they do have a very unique program, and it is a very great program that they do use teachers as intervention workers. So maybe that's something we can look to as best practices moving forward.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Board Clerk Tatiana Yokoyama Bui?
So thank you for the discussion. Thank you, community members. So my understanding, not only are the programs appreciated at Ross, specifically it's the teachers and the staff there that are leading this Excels program. So my thought is this: will the communities at the sites be able to be in the discussion of what happens with their Excels programs if substantial changes will happen?
That was the intention of the parent surveys, was to gather their feedback on what they would like to see at their sites. We review those surveys with the principal, so then the principal can make some decisions based on their community's needs.
And so now that the surveys have been completed and potentially changes could happen, positive or interpreted as not so positive, could there be discussions further at the sites?
Yes. I mean, that is part of the next step. This is only to approve these community-based organizations to work within the larger district Excels program. This is not specific to any one particular school. This is about just being able to work with these organizations across the board. Our next step is we'll be meeting with each principal at each school site to then make some of those decisions.
And my understanding, and forgive me if my information is not up to date, but in the past, ABC has worked with AYA as well as YMCA, correct?
Yes, correct.
Does this mean that moving forward, YMCA will no longer be one of the CBOs you work with?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? So I have a few questions. So I understand that the staff that's at Ross currently is temporary, and they may not be, are they certified teachers, the ones that are helping with the after-school program?
I don't have that information. I know that it's a combination of teachers along with tutors, paraeducators, and aides. So I don't have a specific listing of how many teachers versus tutors.
So there are some certificated teachers in that program
I
at
believe she
Ross.
does have a few certificated teachers from her own staff that are supporting, but again, I don't have that information in front of me.
And so for the only way for her to maintain the program that she has, she would have to add to her budget to meet the standards? Is that the only way that she could continue on with the program that she has?
No, ABC Excels, our ELOT funds cover the funds for this program. So it's not her site budget that covers the funds for this program. It is our Extended Learning Opportunity funds that cover the cost of this program. We just work with the principal to help design it so it best meets the needs of the growing community.
Understood. I think what the community seems to want is continuity with the people that are there. And so that's why I'm asking the detailed questions. So she gets an ELOT budget, and she's used that ELOT budget rather than hire an outside entity. She's keeping it within the ABC community. And so for her to continue with that, is it realistically feasible with the current allocation that she has with ELOP to maintain the current people that are there?
With her current allocation, she should have enough funds to cover offering services to her students, yes.
With the same people?
With the same people or the same costs that cover those people.
So theoretically, she would not be utilizing Campfire, Long Beach, Action Youth America, or Woodcraft Rangers.
So I cannot speak to that because as Vice President Oyola spoke to, there are changing requirements. We have not received final word from the state where we fall in the different tiers of the requirements for the expanded learning. It may actually expand the program, and so we may have to include the CBO in the process if our program expands and we need to continue to offer different requirements, enrichment services, et cetera. Also, as a reminder, if you look at this, this is not just about after-school program. This is also about the 30 days in the summer. And for some of our elementary sites that have late starts, it's the before-school care as well as after-school care. So this is to make sure that there is continuity of programming as we look at not just during the school year, but also summer programming. And these are the CBOs that qualified for all of those components.
And for the community to know, CBO means?
Community-based organization.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm asking a lot of questions, but I understand that issue of consistency is important to have the same thing, but obviously she has an allocation to ELOP, and you're not sure that she could keep the current people that are there under if we pick these particular firms to provide services. You're not 100% sure.
No, she could keep the staffing she has based on her current allocation. What we are not aware of is the changes that the state has making because the budget hasn't been approved by the state with this particular program. It may cause changes where we would have to expand the program even further and meet greater requirements, and so that's why it's a good thing to always have these CBOs available, because typically this is what they do full-time, and it could supplement what she already has in place at Ross Middle School.
Okay.
So it's not going to impact her current program. If anything, it will add to her current program.
Okay, so that's the key thing. Not that it's going to take away, it's going to enhance her program. Because I also know that some of the pay rates are different, right? So I don't know what she's paying for her people there, but obviously teachers are not cheap. And so if what you're saying is true, that there is no harm done to this particular school, then I'm ready to vote. So I'm going to call for a roll call.
Mrs. Mendoza?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say? Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Mrs. Yokoyama Bui?
Yes.
Mr. Noyola?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0-1.
Thank you. Thank you, committee, for coming out and talking about this detailed issue. I very much appreciate it. Shows involvement. All right. Can I have a motion to approve the second interim report for the period ending January 31st, 2025 with a positive certification?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, President Ishii. I will be short because we already had a budget study sessions on this. So annually, we are required to update the budget twice, right? The board approved the budget in June. The first interim was in December. Second interim is in March. So we have some some changes to the budget as an update based on the latest information that we have, and it's all on page 186. So our LCFF revenue decreased modestly by $219,000. So as you can see there, that's the revenues, and this is the adjustments faced from the County of Los Angeles. And our expenditure did go up by $2.5 million, and we have talked about this. This is as a result of a settlement agreement with an AB 218 cases. So it's reflecting now here at the second income report. So that will drive the deficit spending to $11,048,000. As you can see there, where the columns say second interim and the net change in the fund balance. So again, as I mentioned at the last meeting, we are still working with the county to see if we can charge some of these expenditures to certain categorical programs, and if we were able to do that, and it would help the unrestricted general fund balance. So that is my report.
Thank you. Any public comment? Well, I don't see any public comment on this. Any public comment? All right. Any board comment? No public, no board comment? Okay, because I saw you going like this. I didn't want to. Board member Yu.
Yeah, we had the study session, so I think we're good.
Yes, I understand. All right, so we did have this study session. We did go over these issues. And it just shows that we have some work ahead of us for the 11 million. Everybody can look at the special session that we had. So I'd like to have a motion to approve this particular.
So moved.
Not move, I'm sorry. We've already done it. Just a vote to pass this. So all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Can I have a motion to open a public hearing and adopt Resolution 24-19, support of applications for eligibility determination and funding, designation of authorized district representatives?
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Ishii. I will speak on the next four items. This is 4.9A, 4.10, 4.11, and 4.12. It's all the same. So this is to allow the districts to apply for state matching fund file bond program under Proposition 2. So as you can see here, the voters approved Proposition 2 back in November, and in that $8.5 billion is set aside for K-12, and $1.5 billion is for community colleges. So within the $8.5 billion for K-12, $4 billion is set aside for modernization projects, which we could apply for. So there's new requirement added to the state, the school facility program as required by Proposition 2, is that the first item, 4.9A, is that the board has to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing staff to apply for the schools. You have to list out the schools that you're applying for, which we have it here, and also authorize designated district staff to be an authorized signer for this program. So that's 4.9A. 4.10 is basically authorizing the actual application itself. So 4.11A is recognizing that Proposition 2 may not be able to fund all the programs, so that we will be in line for the next bond program, should there be one. should the money run out under Proposition 2. And a fourth requirement is that in order to be part of this program, all contractors have to be pre-qualified. So that's item 4.12A. So basically, this is all the requirements for the district to be eligible and apply for state matching dollar under the modernization program. Again, there's a long waiting list to go after the $4 billion. It might have run out already, but at least we will get in line for whatever remaining of Proposition 2 or the next state bond program. So this is the first step. So staff recommendations is for the board to approve the next 4 items so that we can start the application process for state matching funds.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this public issue?
No public comment.
Are there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Hearing no further comments, the public session hearing is closed. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you for making that application and saving us money potentially. We got to go after all the money we can possibly get to maximize the dollars that we have here. 4.10A, may I have a motion to adopt a resolution 2420 authorization of filing an application for the State Allocation Board administered programs for the ABC Unified School District.
So moved.
Since we've already had a discussion from Mr. Nguyen, are there any public comments on this issue?
None.
Thank you. Any borrowed comments? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Seeing none, the motion passes 6-0. 411A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2421, State Allocation Board and School Facility Program Beyond Bond Authority Acknowledgement.
Tatiana moves.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this issue?
None.
Since we've already had the staff report, any board report or issue? Saying none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. The last one, 4.12A, may I have a motion to approve the pre-qualification for contractors as identified in California Public Contract Code Section 20111.6 for prime bidders and subcontractors and delegate authority to bond program manager to handle the appeals process.
So moved.
Any public comments?
None.
Any board comments? Seeing none, calling for a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes 6-0. So this will enable us to have some pre-qualification. Go do this quickly. We have item 19, information items, 1.61. So there was a request at the previous meeting regarding, actually, can I have a, I'll just call Dr. Zitlo.
So at the last meeting, President Nishii requested that we look at Board Policy 7310 about naming facilities. And this particular policy, it states that there should be a committee, but there are no structures around that. And so my request of the board is, do we want to have an update to that with some regulations? And we can take that to the committee to have it come back to the board.
So are there any public comments on this item?
None.
Are there any board comments on this item? Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't here at the last meeting, so could you just clarify again? So we're making a recommendation to form a committee, or?
So the idea is we have already existing a legislative review committee
Okay.
that could look at policies and changes that we have in board policy. Currently, our policy just says it's pretty broad and gives authority for the board to basically make any recommendation for anyone to become named after a building. And in fact, we don't even have a policy regarding the fields or the schools. So a school can just independently name a facility, and we have no say over it. It could be anyone, and we have absolutely no say over it. So my thought was, there was a request from somebody to make a request for a property to have a name, and I was thinking we should have some specific procedures, so that way the public knows we just didn't name somebody for no reason. We had a way, a method, and a method. So that's why I had this. So, Board Member Mendoza,
So we're going to send it over to the Legislative Policy Committee to review?
That would, if somebody makes a motion to do that, we can do that.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion.
Let me also see, I have item,
Okay.
Dr. Rios?
Sorry.
So no, when I attended what is now Fetty Junior High, it used to be Killingsworth. So I know that this has happened in the past. Can somebody just give me a little bit of history of how we've gone about it in those situations?
From what I can gather, because I was here, but I wasn't involved, I think they would just put a group of people together, and I don't think there was thought as to were there students involved, were there staff involved, and so most of our committees are very clear that board members name people, there are people from the school sites or from our employee groups that are part of it, there are students part of it, and so the thought here would be to have a regulation that lines out what it looks like if we're naming a school and what it looks like if we want to name a field or a building.
I would support that, so I
Thank you.
second the motion.
We'll have a comment from Board Member Sue Yu.
I think for the future, it would be good to have a policy that we can all agree on. Yeah, so we probably could look at the policies and from other cities, other like universities historically, and go through those policies and then, make something that's simple for that works for our district. So move forward with it. I agree.
Thank you. So it sounds like we have a consensus here, so we have going to need a motion from, she's trying to press her button. I'm guessing it's Board Member Mendoza.
Where's Tuan? Yes, I'd like to make a motion to send Board Policy 7310, Facilities Naming of Facility, to the Legislative Committee so that they can update it and review it.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
I'm going to ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much. 1.7I, result of site visits, reviews, and uniform complaint data for 2024-2025 school second quarter.
Thank you.
Dr. Zilo?
Thank you. For the second quarter, there were no issues with instructional material complaints, facilities complaints, or teacher vacancy or misassignment complaints.
Thank you. That's a great report. Item 20, we have board member reports. Dr. Rios? So I think we need to fix these buttons here.
Yeah, they're a little sensitive. Okay, a couple of things. First, I will report that I attended the Lakewood Hall of Fame, where women dominated, received a lot of awards. I think this was the first time that I attended the event and was incredibly pleased at the amount of athletes that come from our school district that are recognized, particularly Artesia High School, because they are in the city of Lakewood. But it was nice that they get to share the stage with other districts in celebrating them. I also attended Artesia High School's report card night, which is always a fun event. It was nice that I was able to talk to some of the counselors and hear about all the awesome work they're doing. I especially enjoyed meeting the EL counselor. I know that I've been very critical up here about their efforts. I was very happy to hear that the success that he's having in reclassifying students. I mean, he gave me a number that was very surprising and very high, and so led me to other questions because it's like, okay, is this not happening at other sites or what's going on? But anyway, had a very good time there. Enjoyed that. The next one is kind of a question, but I love the people that came up and spoke to us from Gar High School about their initiative. And I don't know if they were presenting it to us. It sounds like it's a coordinated event that is happening, so it was more of an invitation. But regardless, I'm so happy to see young people taking on the lead in bringing about activities and introducing programs that are going to further social justice in our schools and talk about those issues that are so important to discuss. So, yeah, we'll get some clarification, okay? Because, yes, she has my support. They have my support. To Kabe, I don't know what the next step would be. I thank you for the invite from the lady that came up. What was her name? Carla. God, I'm so sorry, Carla. You come here enough. I should know your name. Carla, to invite us to Kabe, especially on the March 28th. It's a free event, so I don't know if we need to register. We can put that in request. I would like to go. I don't know if my colleagues would like to join me, but I'd like to be there on the 28th. Lastly, the CDE has released guidance on what to do if an immigration enforcement officer comes to our school. And so I really appreciate their format. I know that we've talked about it as a board, we've talked to our principals and administrators, but I don't know if all of our office staff is comfortable in following these procedures. This is a one-pager that I would really like us to see. All you have to do is put in the district's name and the contact people. I don't know if you have the link. If not, I'd be happy to forward it to you. That I like to see every single person get this that interacts at a front office, and of course our administrators. And that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishii. Yesterday, I got to attend Literacy Day at Hawaiian Elementary for Read Across American. I was joined by President Ernie Nishi. I got to read the true story of the Three Little Pigs, so that was, interesting, aside from the Big Bad Wolf.
You got to watch Rashomon.
Last Wednesday, I attended the Hawaiian Garden City Council to give a district update. They were very happy to get an update from us, and also it coincided with Student Government Day, where FEDI middle school students go and shadow directors, city council, and kind of shadow them and, be the city council for a day. So that was pretty cool. Tuesday, February 18th, I got to volunteer at Whitman Elementary to set up for the art gallery night. I want to thank the parents who volunteer at all our elementary schools to make every little event special for our kids. I know they do a lot, and it goes unnoticed, and of course it's unpaid for, so they do it with their love. Thursday, February 13th, I attended the Day of Remembrance at Gar High School with President Ernie Nishi, and at the same time, I was able to meet with the ASB students. So all the ASB class, we had a discussion / forum / Q&A with the hot seat with the board member. So I wanted to extend that invitation. ASB are always here giving reports, and just like other students, they're here advocating for their class, they're advocating for their community, they're advocating for their ideology and their beliefs. So I think as their representative and as their stewards, we should be communicating, elevating their voice, and participating with them. And last but not least, I also attended the FEDI mural unveiling. This is a mural that was done by our FEDI students, so that was very, very cool. So if you haven't seen it, I implore you guys to see it. So I want to thank President Ernie Nishi and Clerk Yokoyama Bui for attending as well.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you. I'll make it short. It's already almost 10 o'clock.
Plenty of time.
I'm really delighted. To find out this week's news that Apple company have decided to invest $500 billion in America for the future of our children, which creates tens and thousands of jobs. Good news for our kids, because, as a mom, my maternal instinct is I'm looking after the future of our kids. And $100 billion, the Taiwanese-based company, the biggest company that manufactures microchip, TSMC, I never heard about this company, but they will also invest $100 billion in America, which is good. That's why I've been talking about the tech. We need to strengthen our kids in math and science because, the future, America, our competitor, or not enemy, but let me put it in a good way, China is a little bit ahead of us with AI and robot. That's pretty dangerous. So America has to catch up. And so it's good to hear that corporate America is responding to the tariff. Money and power talks. So good news for our kids. That is the end of my report.
Thank you. Board Member Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, President Nishi. And I do want to echo what my fellow board member, Dr. Rios, has stated regarding our GAR students who were here earlier. 3 female students during Women's History Month talking about an initiative they're bringing to GAR High School is so inspiring to me. I was on campus at Leal Elementary where I cook. We voted on this a couple months ago. I Cook was conducting a culinary class by ABCUSD students. I came towards the end, but the dish was a green bean with a tasty-looking sauce. It looked very fresh, and the students said they really liked it. They liked the flavor. So the teachers shared to me the menu items were healthy and mostly vegan, and I was happy to see this program in action. I know many of us have expressed a concern related to the nutrition of our kids, so this was really exciting to see in action. I attended Fetty Middle School mural reveal. The mural was planned and painted by the Dream Resource Center students. I attended the district musical Chicago at Whitney High School. Very exciting show. I attended the CSBA new trustee orientation with other trustees from across the state. I attended the ABC Spelling Bee. It was my first spelling bee, and it was very exciting. I was on the edge of my seat the entire night. I attended the Day of Remembrance at Cerritos High School, honoring the Japanese Americans sent to internment camps. And I do want to thank President Nishii for really connecting with the kids and ensuring they understand the importance of this event. Thank you to the survivors who presented and shared their experiences with students, including my dad. He spoke directly with a few students. He's my favorite U.S. Army veteran, Tom Yokoyama, who was the youngest of his family when they were sent to the internment camp. I also attended the Leal Elementary beginning band concert. So these are mostly fourth graders, and it's led by Mr. Gullett, who also leads Tetzlaff Middle School. It was really cool to see all the kids and how much they've grown in the past few months. I attended AAPI Leadership Summit last week. Also the Seroptimus International Artesia Cerritos 31st Annual Monte Carlo Night. Seroptimus benefits SUCASA, ending domestic violence, local charities, and Seroptimus programs and education. I also recently attended the ABCUSD Legislative Policy Committee meeting. Last week I attended the ABCUSD Special Education Local Plan Area SELPA Beyond School Resource Expo, which helps students with disabilities prepare for life after high school. So I would like to thank, I saw Dr. Castro there, I also saw Dr. Rocha, Mr. Chambers, and Mrs. Peterson for sharing details about the adult transition program. If you have any recyclables, Mr. Chambers does collect them at the ABC Adult School on Cabrillo, and it helps the kids, the young adults learn some responsibility and kind of have like a plan for the day. So thank you. Thank you to the incredible dedication and commitment to support our young adults. Lastly, I participated in the Lakewood Fun Run this past weekend. I was one of 800 runners/walkers, and I'm so happy to hear that I heard some ABCUSD students from GAR, friends of my nephew, also participated in the race. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Board Member Mendoza.
Mine's is a little long, Mr. President, because I was not here the last meeting.
It's okay. We got half an hour at least.
Okay, so unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the last board meeting because I teach kindergarten, and when the kids get sick, you get sick too. So I apologize. But since my last meeting, I attended Gar High School open house, and that's my last one as a parent. From now on, it'll be as a board member because he's a senior, and he didn't want to walk around with me, so I just kind of walked around and visited his classrooms. But it was nice. It was nice to be back as a board member, and I got to almost walk the entire school and visit all the teachers. I just couldn't do it. You know, as you get older, I just can't do it anymore. I can't walk around anymore as much. But it was great to be there and see all the great things they're doing at GAR. I attended the Black Family Circle meeting with Mr. President here, and it was a great discussion that we had, and it was great to hear from our parents and other concerns. I did make a visit to Nina's Elementary School because I did want to go visit their migrant education, and they're doing an amazing job over there working with our students on Saturdays, and it was great to see them because it had been like, I think a couple of weeks that they had an attendance, so they had a really good turnout. And while I was there, I got to talk to parents, and they voiced a lot of their concerns about the atmosphere with their country right now with immigration. And, you know, they talked to me about, and I've talked to the superintendent about this, about, you know, making sure our families have a lot of information and that we continue, like Dr. Rios said, continue to give them information because things are always changing in our communities. I also got to meet with Artesia Councilwoman Zila here because she's also our board liaison from the city of Artesia. So we got to sit down and we got to know each other and got to, discuss things that we would like to do in the city and the district. I attended the Diversity, Unity and Equity meeting, and where our focus was on students in math and science, and I got to hear great, amazing things of how our teachers are becoming the leaders of teachers and they're training teachers, and I think that's amazing. And I thank them for that because they do it all voluntary and after school, after teaching, so thank you for that. Mr. President and I went to the first annual VAPA CTE Multimedia Expo at Gar High School. There they highlighted the automotive, the art, the band, the sports, the medicine, the theater, video, design, and video production. And again, my son was part of that too, so I got to see his artwork. But I got to see amazing artwork, amazing videos, everything just, I looked at that and I said, these could be artworks that are in like a really high class art store, and I would pay like $200, and I wanted to buy everything because it was just amazing. So I want to thank them for putting that on. Last night I attended the Hispanic Latino Family Circle planning meeting, and so I want to invite everyone, not just our Latino families, but everyone. We're having our meeting on March 18th at Fetty Middle School from 6 to 7:30, and the agenda is going to be college and career readiness, and we're just not talking about high school students, but we want to talk about getting our kids focused on college, even in kindergarten, even in TK, and getting them ready. And I do want to tell the superintendent that at that meeting, some of our parents also wanted to voice their concern that they wanted some information about immigration so that we could pass out at that meeting too. And then I want to tell you about something really fun that I did with our Nina's teacher, kindergarten teacher. Her name is Ms. Reynoso. She was my daughter's teacher. And I've always wanted to do a pen pal with the school. And so this year, our kindergarten students are doing a pen pal. So it's going to be nice to see them. My kids are super excited. They're waiting for their cards. So we're going to do that throughout the year. And if it's successful, I know, it is so cute. They're so excited. They don't even know they're pen pals yet, but they're like, when are they sending me their cards? Like, are they here yet? Are they here yet? So I'm excited about that. She's excited about that too. And I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Women's History Month. I want to thank all my colleagues here who are women and the superintendent and all our staff who are women. I want to thank my family for being the mentors. I just was thinking about the ladies who came to speak, and it's so true. Mothers, we do everything right. We're our own heroes. I want my kids to say nice things about me too. But I wanted to leave all my women with the word that I've had in my mind every single day, and it's the word grace. I have FOMO because I hear you guys going to all of these events, and as I get older, I can't do the things that I used to do, and I'm okay with that. I have grace with myself now, because even though I'm not here, I'm doing other things with education. I'm planning for my kindergartners. I work with my teachers at my school, so I'm still involved, but yeah, I get a little jealous when I hear you guys talking about all your events. Just take me with you in thought, okay? But that's my word for all of our women, is to have grace with ourselves. We do the things that we can, and the things that we can't do, we have grace with ourselves, and it's okay. And red for Ed. Ray, I wear red every Tuesday at work. That is our red day. So I forgot today because I was thinking St. Patrick's Day, but I do wear red every single Tuesday. Every Tuesday at UTLA and LAUSD, we wear red. So I'm with you, just not today. So that concludes my board report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Announcements. Next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, April 1st, 2025 at 7 p.m. District Board Office. Committee meetings, we have Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, March 25th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m., also over here. If you'd like to come on down to the Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, that will be Wednesday, March 26th, 2025 at 6:30, also here. We have a Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, talk about money. Thursday, you can't get it though, it's 10. Thursday, March 27th at 6 p.m., also here. Diversity, Unity, Equity Committee, Board Advisory Committee will be on Monday, April 14th at 5:30 p.m., also right here. So if you want to talk about fairness issues, please come on down. We'd love to hear your comments. Item 22, second public comment section.
No public comment.
All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Kanji Sahara? ABC Day of Remembrance presenter.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Tonight, we close our meeting in honor of Mr. Kanji Sahara. Born April 4th, 1934 in Hiroshima, Japan, Mr. Sahara came to the United States and grew up in Los Angeles. During World War II, he and his family were incarcerated at the Santa Anita Assembly Center before being relocated to the Jerome and Rower camps in Arkansas. He was 8 years old when his family was forced from their home. Later, Mr. Sahara became a passionate advocate for raising awareness about the mass incarceration of over 120,000 Japanese Americans without due process during World War II. He was a leader of the Tuna Canyon Detention Station Coalition, the historic Wintersburg Conservancy, which I'm part of, and led the Camp Wall Project, World War II Camp Project. He shared his story in our Day of Remembrance activities in our schools. He made an impact. I worked with him. And sometimes he was frustratingly hard-headed. He wasn't the shikata ga nai, it can't be helped attitude. He was not that. He was clearly gambatte, which means go for it. He had a vision that he could see so clearly, and others couldn't quite see it, but he made things happen. At his age, he was able to stand out in the cold for the matters, the things that he cared about. He taught our future leaders. His dedication to our country is immeasurable. We all in this room have a lot to give thanks to Mr. Kanji Sahara. So everyone in this room, I thank you, Kanji. You're probably listening up there. Thank you. So we have a vote. All in favor to close, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company. And of all the harm that e'er I've done, alas, it was to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass